Chapter 36:15. Karma spiraled around Lu Yin's palm, forming a karmic wheel in front of him. Emperor Wu Huang raised his hand and slammed it down, his power penetrating the wheel and landing on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin dispersed the wheel and allowed the karma spirals to scatter as he faced Emperor Wu Huang with a smile. Emperor Wu Huang paused. Smile? How could he still smile? Of course Lu Yin had to smile. He had more than one way to deal with Emperor Wu Huang in his current state, including dealing with Emperor Wu Huang who had borrowed the power of the sealing heavens echelon. However, Lu Yin had been enduring it all this time, not even using the karma spirals. There was one thing that only someone like Emperor Wu Huang whose power surpassed his could do: pressure. Only extreme pressure could break through and rebuild. How many attacks had Emperor Wu Huang taken? Too many. From the very beginning, when Emperor Wu Huang had borrowed the power of the sealing heavens echelon, before Lu Yin had accumulated all his power, he had been beaten. And now, when he faced Emperor Wu Huang in his transformation of the Nine Heavens state, he had still been beaten. Lu Yin did not even know how many times he had been beaten. Outer space, shattered space, void worlds, primordial universes. Lu Yin had passed through one after another. Even though he had not taken the first breath to step into the primordial realm, under Emperor Wu Huang's pressure, another kind of power had transformed. On the surface of Lu Yin's body, the shattered realm of the Palm Battle Force had reformed. This time it was not black but dark gray. It carried an ancient aura like the soil from the beginning of the world. It constantly covered his body. This was the realm of the Palm God. In order to cultivate this realm of the Palm God, Lu Yin had endured too much pain. This power had been cultivated through pain, and similarly, realm of the Palm God's battle force had to endure pain. Ancient gods relied on stepping into the primordial realm to break through, but Lu Yin was still walking the path of pain. The more he was beaten, the more likely it was for him to break through. This was what the ancient gods of the progenitor gang had told him. Lu Yin had been constantly fighting in the spiritualized universe, and he had wanted to be beaten as well. Unfortunately, there was no one who could fight him. Someone like Xianxia could directly crush him. Only Emperor Wu Huang could give him a heavy blow, forcing him to endure a beating that was close to his limit without breaking through. With the true God's freedom technique restraining him, Lu Yin was confident. After several days of being beaten, he had finally achieved this moment. Lu Yin looked up as Emperor Wu Huang's fist once more. But he did not counterattack, allowing himself to be hit. His punch, which was originally capable of pushing things to their limits, was unable to break through the grayish-black substance. Wu Huang was shocked. "You used me." "Don't say that. I've been getting beaten up all this time. It's your turn now." Lu Yin used the reverse step and appeared behind Emperor Wu Huang at the same time. A dark gray substance suddenly condensed at the tip of his finger, and he tapped out with the Tao of Tianyi. Emperor Wu Huang turned around and punched out. No matter what Lu Yin had broken through, his strength was unfathomable. Flowing light shuttled back and forth for a second, causing Emperor Wu Huang's punch to miss. From the side, Lu Yin pointed a finger at Emperor Wu Huang's neck, tearing apart his flesh and almost piercing through. Emperor Wu Huang's blood splattered across the heavens as he reached out to grab Lu Yin, but Lu Yin dodged. Instead, he was met with a ferocious consciousness attack. Although Lu Yin's consciousness could not defeat Emperor Wu Huang, it could restrain him for a moment and stun him for a moment. At that moment, the land near Lu Yin's heart condensed above his head, and he slammed down with a palm that was bound to overturn the heavens. Boom! The land was crushed and Emperor Wu Huang was forced to bend over. This intent realm battle technique had caught Emperor Wu Huang off guard. The lantern floated in front of him and was cut down. The red vertical line on Emperor Wu Huang's face deepened, and he raised an arm to shatter the land. Another hand aimed at Lu Yin from afar, and its power surged across the heavens and split the universe in two. Lu Yin used the reverse step to dodge and raised a finger. The land that had been shattered by Emperor Wu Huang transformed into countless spears covered in Palm Realm battle force that rained down like raindrops. Countless spears pierced Emperor Wu Huang's body and tore open countless wounds. Although the wounds were not deep, they looked extremely miserable to the onlookers. The onlookers could no longer understand what was happening. After repeated attacks, the situation kept reversing. Even powerhouses like the Old Salamander and Meng Sangtian did not know who had the upper hand. Emperor Wu Huang was already strong enough, but even after using the transformation of the Nine Heavens, he still could not defeat Lu Sangtian. What was this person's true strength? Only now did they realize how laughable the battle in the abyss had been. Even if there were 10 times more powerhouses, they would not be Lu Songtian's opponent. His only opponent was Yu Sangtian, and at most, Emperor Wu Huang in the transformation of the Nine Heavens state. Emperor Wu Huang endured the countless spears, and his body was like a hedgehog as they pierced through his body. He grabbed one of the spears and looked down before crushing it. This is the power that allowed you to break through. You've reached the limit of a living being's physical defense. Battle force at the Palm Realm could be said to be a limit. The ancient god had used this battle force to suppress Ku Zhu and the others. Only Lu Yuan's breakthrough had been able to stall him, but it was impossible to defeat him. Whether it was during the Battle of Calamity or the Battle of Immemorial City, the ancient god had not been able to break through this defense. When Lu Yin fought the ancient god on the bone vessel, he had only managed to push him back. He had not been able to break through his defense. Back then Lu Yin had surpassed the limits of a living being, but the ancient god did not. Even though the ancient god was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage over Lu Yin because Lu Yin was not even a sequence law adept. The ancient god could not defeat Lu Yin, and he could only rely on his Palm Realm battle force. However, it was this battle force that allowed him to be the only one on the bone vessel who could escape unscathed from Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had transformed into a Palm Realm battle force, coupled with his original defense and strength, the ancient god could not compare to him. Emperor Wu Huang was right. This was the limit of a living being's physical defense. This was because Emperor Wu Huang in the transformation of the Nine Heavens state had almost reached the limit of a living being's physical strength. He was comparable to the only true god who had used true god's freedom to uproot the Black Mother Tree. This was why Emperor Wu Huang had the confidence to challenge Yu Sangtian. Emperor Wu Huang pulled out the spears on his body one by one and said in a low voice, "Lu Xing, no wonder you have the courage to cause trouble for the myriad beast border. I admit that I was not your opponent before successfully cultivating the transformation of the Nine Heavens. You can be called the number one Sangtian. However, do you understand the transformation of the Nine Heavens?" Of course Lu Yin understood, so he took a deep breath. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine star rotated. Only by understanding it could one understand how terrifying this battle technique was. It was not as simple as a battle technique. It was a state that allowed one to transform. This was because Lu Yin had cultivated the transformation of the Nine Heavens. The transformation of the Nine Heavens is a state. Emperor Wu Huang's voice spread through the starry sky for everyone to hear. Everyone thinks that the transformation of the Nine Heavens is an attack. Sadly, it's not. It's a state where one can magnify themselves by several times. The highest it can be magnified is 9 times. You've obtained my respect. Let me tell you this as a gift before I die. As he spoke, the starry sky behind Emperor Wu Huang distorted and peeled off layer by layer. Each layer represented a sky, and each sky seemed to have an Emperor Wu Huang cultivating. If a cultivator's attack strength is 1, then under the transformation of the Nine Heavens state he may be 1. Devour. After a pause, Emperor Wu Huang looked up and faced Lu Yin. It may also be 9. The onlooking cultivators were confused. They had heard something unbelievable. How could such a thing be possible? This was equivalent to increasing one's battle strength by 9 times. One Emperor Wu Huang had become 9 Emperors Wu Huang? Not only that, it was not as simple as the number, but the battle strength of 9 emperors in one person's body. It was no wonder that Emperor Wu Huang could suppress Lu Sangtian without relying on the foundation of the Sealing Heaven sequence. At this moment they finally understood what kind of powerful creature Lu Yin was facing. This made them even more confused. How did Lu Yin counterattack? How could he suppress Emperor Wu Huang in this state? The stronger the Emperor Wu Huang was, the more terrifying it proved Lu Yin's strength. These two people had already surpassed everyone's understanding of the Sangtian level. Zhang Ming's face was gloomy. The transformation of the Nine Heavens was Yu Sangtian's ultimate technique. It suppressed the spiritualized universe with one's strength and swept through the consciousness universe. This was Yu Sangtian. Now Emperor Wu Huang had reached this level. The 7 great mulberry skies were originally not on a parallel line. This line was uneven with some strong and some weak. But now it was no longer as simple as being uneven. Emperor Wu Huang had broken away from this line, and Lu Yin was no longer on this line. They had entered Yu Sangtian's line. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had dared to challenge the realm beyond sky. He did not care about the Gate of Arts and had even threatened to carve words in the Extreme Palace. From the beginning his eyes had not been on the Xianxia but Xianxia. Hold on. Suddenly Zhang Ming thought of something. It was not just him. The ninth spirit, the old salamander, and the others had all thought of it, and their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. There was no lack of intelligent people among the spectating cultivators. Their expressions were gloomy as they stared at Emperor Wu Huang. No way again. In outer space, Emperor Wu Huang clutched his heart as a strand of yellow lightning spread throughout his body. Majestic sequence particles surged out. These were the sealing heaven sequence particles. He had once again borrowed the power of the sealing heaven sequence particles. Under the transformation of the 9 heavens, Emperor Wu Huang's strength was still weakened by the true God's freedom technique. Looking at his increased battle strength, it far surpassed his original strength when he had borrowed the sealing heaven sequence particles. Even though Emperor Wu Huang was now very, very strong, the sealing heaven sequence particles could still be borrowed. This was because the sealing heaven sequence particles had been condensed from 299 spirit-molted powerhouses since ancient times. No matter how strong Emperor Wu Huang was, he could not surpass the sequence particles of 299 powerhouses. It could be said that even if the sealing heaven sequence particles were given to Xianxia would still be able to borrow its power. Right now, Emperor Wu Huang was borrowing the power of the sealing heaven sequence particles. What level could he reach? Very quickly everyone saw it. Emperor Wu Huang gently exhaled and the void was annihilated. This part of the universe trembled as if unable to withstand this power and was suppressed. This was no longer as simple as surpassing the limits of biological power. This was Emperor Wu Huang's true confidence in challenging Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was also capable of the transformation of the 9 heavens. Countless people were bitter, and the cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border were silent. Who had taught Emperor Wu Huang the transformation of the 9 heavens? What direction would the spiritualized universe take in the future? Chapter 36:16. Would such a terrifying peerless emperor be willing to submit to Xianxia? What would happen if the two of them fought? What would happen to the spiritualized universe? An absolute powerhouse could rule a region. 2 absolute powerhouses, that would be a disaster. Who was harming the spiritualized universe? Far away, Yu Lao's face was solemn as he locked his gaze on Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang gave him the feeling that he was facing Xianxia. He was definitely at Xianxia's level. What would happen to him? Would the beast-shaped spirit molt suppress the human-shaped spirit molt? Who was planning all of this? Other than Xianxia, who else knew the change of the 9 heavens? But that was all for later. At the moment the most troublesome one was Xianxia. He definitely couldn't stop Emperor Wu Huang. Ran when Yu Lao's eyes flickered. If this person died, Wu Huang would be destroyed. Even the ancestor of the Tianyuan universe wouldn't be able to stop Emperor Wu Huang. Should Wu Huang be destroyed? Yu Lao frowned. His thoughts and plans were all destroyed the moment Emperor Wu Huang used the change of the 9 heavens. Such a powerhouse was enough to change the situation. Dancing butterfly skyline and the others felt cold. They shouldn't fight anymore. They should retreat. Xianxia would definitely die if he didn't retreat. No one could fight against Emperor Wu Huang now. His only opponent was Xianxia. In the starry sky, Emperor Wu Huang's aura was like a dragon. His gaze caused the sky to darken. His existence was like a thin piece of paper that could collapse at any time. Lu Yin's breathing stagnated. The pressure brought by Emperor Wu Huang was too great. It was so great that the weakening of the true God's freedom technique was meaningless. He stared at Emperor Wu Huang. I'm curious. Who taught you the change of the 9 heavens? Emperor Wu Huang's voice was low. You won't have the chance to know. Why? Didn't you say that you would give me a gift before I die? That doesn't count. I know that the change of the 9 heavens is a state. Yu Lao told me, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao heard it from afar and raised his eyebrows. When did he tell this person? Emperor Wu Huang said, it's time. The Tianyuan universe gave birth to you and let me recognize its future. After all, you are too young. Unfortunately, there will only be one of you. The Tianyuan universe will be rebooted to complete my spiritualized universe. I will remember your name, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's head. He was not the only one who wanted to know. The entire spiritualized universe wanted to know as well. Who was it that had created a peerless expert comparable to Xianxia? Especially Emperor Wuhuang, who had a spirit molt in beast form. He wanted to challenge Xianxia and overthrow the spirit molt in human form. This was a war between the spiritualized universes. The spiritualized universe would not do such a thing unless there was someone like the old salamander hiding in the dark and plotting against Xianxia. He wanted Emperor Wuhuang to find out Xianxia's background. The old salamander schemed against Emperor Wu and used him as the blade. Could it be that someone else wanted to scheme against Xianxia and use Emperor Wu as the blade? Lu Yin's first thought was the consciousness universe. Only he knew that the consciousness universe was secretly plotting against the spiritualized universe. However, it was impossible for the consciousness universe to teach the changes of the imperial nine heavens. Wuhuang's change in the nine heavens would cause the spiritualized universe to speculate. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as this would cause the spiritualized universe to speculate even more. In the starry sky above his heart, he retracted his godly power. He had originally planned to use the godly power transformation, but now he had to change to something else. Emperor Wuhuang clenched his fist, causing the starry skies to tremble. His strength had already reached a terrifying degree. It made people feel as if their lives were in his hands. Across from him, Lu Yin took a deep breath. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Don't ask me either. After he finished speaking, he released his consciousness, causing layers of space to appear behind him. The starry skies were instantly divided into 9 layers, and each layer was a sky. Every sky had a power that was cultivating on its own. This was the 9 heavens transformation. Emperor Wuhuang was stunned. All of the spectating cultivators were stunned. Zhan Ming, Meng Sang Tian, Elder Yu and the old salamander were all dumbfounded. The wine gourd in the ninth spirit's hand fell and she looked confused. What was going on? Was this another 9 heavens transformation? Damn it, how could he know it too? In Beyond Sky within the Extreme Palace, Xianxia was also stunned. The universe fell silent and everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. Damn the 9 heavens transformation. How could anyone know it? Emperor Wuhuang was at odds with Xianxia, and now even someone from the Tianyuan universe knew it. Who could be so generous? Who could teach it to anyone? No one had expected Lu Yin to learn the 9 heavens transformation through Yushan. He did not know why Xianxia had not saved Yushan, but he had helped him instead. How could you know the 9 heavens transformation? Emperor Wuhuang's voice changed for the first time. Even when he had been suppressed and miserable, his expression had not changed. But now the red vertical line on his face was distorted. Clearly he was not calm and was on the verge of collapse. Everyone wanted to ask how could he know it. Elder Yu had already taken out a spirit cloud stone, and he wanted to contact Lu Yin and get an answer. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Guess everyone guess. This was his goal. He had not planned to use the 9 heavens transformation, as it would attract too much attention and easily attract Xianxia's attention. But now that Emperor Wuhuang knew it and so did he. What would the spiritualized universe think? Could not be Xianxia who had taught it, so who else could it be? Bishan? Even more impossible. Even Xianxia did not have the qualifications to learn it. Who else could it be? Someone was secretly plotting against the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin wanted to see who was hiding in the shadows and see how deep the spiritualized universe's waters were. He would definitely be able to find something with this strike. Who taught you the 9 heavens transformation? Emperor Wuhuang asked loudly. Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. A trade. You tell me and I'll tell you. Emperor Wuhuang's aura was unstable and the surrounding space trembled. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body, and his sequence particles fluctuated. This power was indeed terrifying, but Lu Yin had also used the 9 heavens transformation and it was also in a multiplied state. The two's battle seemed to have returned to the beginning. If you don't want to say, then forget it. I won't ask you and you don't ask me either. Everyone knows. Now let's see who can increase it more. Are you ready? Lu Yin grinned at Emperor Wuhuang as if everything was under his control. Blinding light accompanied the crumbling fragments of space, scattering in all directions. What followed was a loud explosion that was enough to make everyone faint. The universe was shaking. Lu Yin and Emperor Wuhuang had exchanged blows under the 9 heavens transformation, and it was as if they had become different people. It was more like 2 Xianxias were fighting, and the universe was on the verge of collapse. Left with no choice, Zhang Ming, the ninth spirit, and the other experts stood in front to resist the aftershocks. If not for that, everyone except them would be in trouble. Those who were qualified to watch were not ordinary cultivators. If they died, it would be a great loss to the spiritualized universe. Emperor Wu Huang would not consider them, and Lu Yin did not need to consider them. He could only leave it to the other Xianxians. In all directions, experts walked out to block the aftershocks. Only those who had reached the spiritual prime realm were qualified to block them. The rest, even if they were at the sequence low realm, would need several people to work together, and they might not be able to block it. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Retreat. A spirit prime called out. He was greeted by a loud sound and a seemingly calm ripple, but it made him cough up blood. All the onlookers retreated. Fu He was long gone, and the land, including the surrounding space, had been deformed. It was impossible to tell what it had been. Zhang Ming and the others had heavy expressions, and they felt like they could not breathe. It was just the aftershocks, and the Nine Heavens transformation had pushed these two from the Sangtian level to the Yusangtian level. Two freaks. Even further away, the 36 filaments were shaking. Countless people were confused, not knowing what had happened. Countless cultivators were panicking as if the universe was about to be destroyed. They knew that today was the day Emperor Wu Huang would fight Lu Yin, but they could not have imagined that their battle would shake the entire universe. Could a battle between two strong cultivators have such a terrifying effect? Far away in outer sky, the sun beast opened its mouth and roared. Within the extreme palace, Yu Sangtian looked calm as he looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Lan sought an audience, wanting to ask, but seeing Yu Sangtian, she did not dare to say a word. She knew Yu Sangtian well, and he could not be disturbed in this state. In Fu He's source, Emperor Wu Huang and Lu Yin's battle continued. Although their methods were similar to before, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. There were still red lanterns in Wu Huang's eyes that were constantly being sliced apart, and the surging particles around him completely covered his entire body. Lu Yin continuously endured the bombardment of Wu Huang's power, but he also borrowed the power of the Mastery Realm's battle force to counterattack. Every counterattack caused Wu Huang to cough up blood. The breakthrough of the Mastery Realm battle force made him even more qualified to fight Emperor Wu Huang. The True God's Freedom technique weakened Emperor Wu Huang's power forever. If he faced Lu Yin in his normal state, the weakening would not affect him at all, but the two were now on the same level. Even a slight weakening would determine the outcome of the battle, just like before. The True God's Freedom technique weakened the upper limit of Emperor Wu Huang's power, making it so that he would never be able to break through Lu Yin's defenses. Lu Yin felt that the spiritualized universe was weakening the Tianyuan universe. No matter how powerful the Tianyuan universe was in the future, once the upper limit was fixed, the entire situation would be stabilized. Emperor Wu Huang coughed up blood, and the golden lightning deepened. His sequence particles crazily poured out as the serrated blade in his hand swept past Lu Yin's head and around him. Far away, Zhang Ming saw the serrated blade sweeping over and hurriedly blocked it. His body was slashed by the serrated blade, and his blood stained the sky. Lu Yin used the Tao of the One of the Heavens to dodge the serrated blade and attack with a finger. Unlimited power flowed. The accumulated power combined with the Mastery Realm battle force had reached an unimaginable level under the changing of the Nine Heavens state. With a single finger, Emperor Wu Huang's spiritualized treasure was hit and cracked like a spiderweb. In this state, Emperor Wu Huang's defenses were raised to a terrifying level. Even so, he could not withstand Lu Yin's attack in the same state. This finger broke through the spiritualized treasure and hit Emperor Wu Huang's hardened skin. It pierced through Emperor Wu Huang's body and into the distance, in the direction of the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit reacted, pushing back the aftershock of the finger, but she was also pushed back. Looking down, there were marks on her arms. This was just the aftershock. Chapter 36:17. The transformation of the Nine Heavens increased one's power by several folds, depending on the individual. Lu Yin did not know how many times Emperor Wu Huang had improved. He only knew that his own improvement was rather exaggerated, because he had not used his full strength yet. On the other hand, Emperor Wu Huang was constantly coughing up blood. He had just finished cultivating the transformation of the Nine Heavens, and the more he borrowed from the ceiling sky's echelon, the greater the backlash. Even the lifeless art could not allow him to be completely unrestrained. Emperor Wu Huang was already very strong. In this state, even the 6 great Sang heavens who had once been his equal would not be able to do anything to him, let alone 3 Sang heavens. He could even kill them one by one. The only uncertainty was the 9th spirit. After all, Lu Yin did not understand the power she cultivated. Even so, the 9th spirit could not possibly defeat Emperor Wu Huang. He had reached a new level. Ever since Lu Yin had finished cultivating the way of karma, Emperor Wu Huang was the second person besides Yu Sang Tian who could easily avoid his attacks. He was not like Mr. Li and the others who dodged cautiously. It was as though he could see them. This was the difference in level. But Emperor Wu Huang had reached his limit. Lu Yin tapped out with a finger, his finger sword technique piercing through Emperor Wu Huang's body and bursting out from his back. Blood splattered across space, and Lu Yin's strength boosted his attacks as he continued to break down Emperor Wu Huang's defenses. The sawtooth blade fell off and the lantern was constantly extinguished. The vertical line on Emperor Wu Huang's face dimmed, and he was forced back every time he was struck. From afar it looked like Lu Yin was suppressing Emperor Wu Huang. This time no one thought that a miracle would occur. It was impossible. In the same transformation of the 9 heavens state, Emperor Wu Huang had clearly not improved as much as Lu Yin. He had completely lost his chance of victory. Who would have thought that the battle would continue to this stage? After several days of fighting, the 2 peerless experts never stopped. They suppressed the onlookers to the point that they could hardly breathe. This was also the first time that they had shown their strength that surpassed Sang Tian's level in front of all the cultivators. Sadly, one of them would disappear forever. The beastly molts in the 10,000 beast territory were mourning. Why had it turned out this way? There was already hope. Wu Huang had cultivated the 9 heavens change, and with the help of the sealing the heavens echelon, he could lead the beast-shaped spirit molt to turn the tables. Even if he fought Yu Sang Tian, he wouldn't lose easily. Even if he couldn't turn the tables and suppress the human-shaped spirit molt, in the spiritualized universe, the beast-shaped spirit molt status wouldn't be lower than the human-shaped spirit molts. At that moment, Emperor No's call was met with 100 responses. All the beast-shaped spiritual molts in the entire spiritualized universe were willing to join the 10,000 beasts border. He would bring the 10,000 beasts border to unprecedented heights and become the second extreme palace, a holy land for beast-shaped spiritual molts. However, at this moment, Wu Huang's peak moment, it was also his saddest moment. Why did this happen? They were unwilling to accept this. Bestial roars resounded one after another, spreading to the starry sky, spreading to the Supreme Emperor. More and more beasts roared, representing the unwillingness of all the beasts. They hoped that Wu Huang could win. He had to win. That was the wish of all the beasts. Why would there be a seal of the heavens? That was the wish of countless beast-shaped spiritual molts to surpass human-shaped spiritual molts. At this moment they were incomparably close. They could not afford to lose. Wu Huang withstood Lu Yin's attacks again and again, and his aura and strength continued to decline. The red vertical line on his face dimmed, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Those beasts' roars were filled with unwillingness and anticipation for Wu Huang. It was the wish of all the beasts in the spiritualized universe. At that moment, it was as if countless spiritual molts had appeared behind Wu Huang and merged into him. Suddenly, Wu Huang raised his head, and the red vertical line on his face blossomed with resplendent light. His aura abruptly rose and golden lightning covered his entire body. The seal the heavens sequence particles wrapped around him like a sea of clouds. He took a step forward and faced Lu Yin, clenched his fist and punched out. This punch came very quickly, and the moment it was unleashed, the universe froze. Time, space and everything else, even karma, seemed to have stopped, making way for this punch. This was Wu Huang's most powerful punch. He had desperately increased the power of the 9 heavens transformation, and he had desperately borrowed the power of the seal the heavens sequence particles to unleash an indomitable punch. This punch was not just for him, but also for all the beast-shaped spiritual molts. This punch would either kill them or kill them. Everything was silent. Lu Yin's gaze was as calm as still water, as if he hadn't seen Wu Huang's ultimate punch. Behind him, open the 9 heavens consciousness shook, and at the highest point the 9 heavens, the first sword of 9 heavens. The sword of heaven slashed out, not caring about the process, only the result. In the past, Wu Wei had used this sword to push Lu Yin into the ground of his intent realm. What Lu Yin really needed was the fact that the azure sword was a sword of consciousness that perfectly complemented the transformation of the 9 heavens, as well as its characteristic of stabbing towards the end. Wu Huang punched out with an indomitable will, while Lu Yin stabbed out with a sword that only cared about the result. The celestial sword passed through the void and pierced through Wu Huang's fist, instantly piercing into his body. Sword ripples spread out from his back, gentle but deadly. Wu Huang's fist suddenly stopped, less than a meter away from Lu Yin. The direction of the fist was silent, as if it had been cut off from time and space. Lu Yin stood in place, looking at Wu Huang, who was still in a punching posture. If he hadn't bumped into Lu Yin, the battle between him and Xianxia would have been very exciting. The golden lightning slowly flowed back and the seal the sky sequence particles disappeared. Wu Huang returned from the 9 heavens transformation state, the red vertical lines on his face dim. In the distance, the spectating cultivators looked on with complicated expressions. Finally, the battle had ended. Wu Huang had lost in the end. Only Xianxia could fight against Lu Xianxia. The group of beast-shaped cultivators fell silent. 9-tailed fox, winged butterfly, and the others looked on in a daze, their eyes filled with sorrow. At this moment, the dream of the beast form's spiritual molting was shattered. Wait for another peerless emperor? Could they wait? Wu Huang was the closest to Xianxia since ancient times. He had already reached Xianxia's level, but he just had to meet Lu Xianxia. Why did this happen? Everyone looked into the distance at Lu Yin. How strong was he? Lu Yin walked towards Wu Huang, raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. He pushed Wu Huang's body towards the distance, towards where 9-tailed fox and the others were. Take him back. 9-tailed fox and the others looked at Wu Huang's floating body in a daze. At this moment their hope had collapsed. The peace of the universe was eternal. No matter how many creatures there were or how many planets there were, nothing could disturb this peace. In everyone's eyes, Lu Yin stood in the starry sky, like the center of the peace. It was as if he had been there for a long time and had always been there. The strongest Xianxia, he's the strongest Xianxia, someone murmured unconsciously. No one refuted that. Xianxia was not Xianxia. He was on another level. Lu Yin was qualified to be called the strongest Xianxia, even if he was seen as on another level. But how old was he? Had he lived for 1,000 years? Wait, I remember that during the Battle of the Abyss Lu Xianxia had a power that could transform him, someone suddenly said. A girl's eyes lit up. I remember. Lu Xianxia looked so domineering and attractive. I remember too. I even drew it. Hiss. Does that mean Lu Xianxia has not used his full strength? I can't tell. It's too terrifying. Further away, Duke Cheng's face was gloomy. He looked around from time to time, his expression changing. To surround and kill or not to surround and kill? He listened to the discussions around him, saying that they had not reached the end. Impossible. If that was the case, why would Lord Xianxia let him live until now? Impossible. He must have reached his limit. Surround and kill. Duke Qing made up his mind and picked up the spirit cloud stone. Do it. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Duke Qing picked up the spirit cloud stone again. Just as he was about to speak, the spirit cloud stone vibrated and a low voice sounded. Are you trying to kill me? Duke Qing said, he has reached his limit. Do it. We will definitely be able to kill him this time. Shut up. Who do you think he is? Didn't you see the battle? Surround and kill such a person? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. We don't want to die. The low voice was filled with anger and killing intent. It was as if Duke Qing had tricked him. Duke Qing gritted his teeth. I can guarantee you that he has reached his limit. If we attack now, we will definitely be able to kill him. I can continue to increase the conditions we agreed on. Also, he just used the 9 heavens transformations. You all saw it. Capture him and interrogate him. Once you cultivate the 9 heavens transformations, your strength will completely transform. It's up to you. You don't understand that level at all. Before Duke Qing could finish, the spirit cloud stone said its last sentence and then ended. No matter how Duke Qing tried to contact it, it was useless. It was obvious that the other party did not intend to reply. Duke Qing lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred. These idiots actually did not attack. Idiots. He did not dare to raise his head, afraid that Lu Yin would notice his gaze. Far away, Lu Yin waited for a long time. Why had the encirclement not arrived yet? Strange. Could it be that they were scared out of their wits? Duke Qing wanted to drag Wu Wei to surround and kill Lu Yin after this battle. At the same time there would be others attacking as well. Lu Yin was waiting. Just now he had rolled his die and entered the time-stop space to recover. Now he was fully recovered. If someone really wanted to surround and kill him he would give them a surprise. But there was no one. He looked into the distance and saw that there were many spectating cultivators, including Zhan Ming and the Ninth Spirit. He really wanted to keep them all here and drag them out one by one. But he could not do that. If he was too close to Zhang Yang, others would know that he had recovered. That would be disadvantageous to his future battles. Lu Yin sighed and felt a little disappointed. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Nine-Tailed Fox and the others. The ceiling the sky's echelon's foundation was good stuff. What a pity. No one left. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to leave. This was their respect for Lu Yin. But Lu Yin was not in a hurry to leave. He knew that there would be many people looking for him. The first to come looking for him was Rong Xiang. Congratulations to Lu Sangtian for defeating Wu Huang. Lu Sangtian is invincible. He is the strongest Sangtian. Congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang's attitude was very humble, even more so than before. He had truly witnessed a shocking battle. This battle had completely spread Lu Yin's name. In the past, everyone had said that only Yu Sangtian could suppress Lu Yin. Then it had been changed to only Yu Sangtian being able to defeat Lu Yin. Now it was changed to only Yu Sangtian being able to fight against Lu Yin. Rong Xiang was afraid. The entire spiritualized universe was afraid. Would it eventually become that only the legendary ultimate pinnacle could defeat Lu Yin? Chapter 36:18. If that was the case, the spiritualized cultivators' hearts would crumble, as most of them believed that the ultimate pole did not exist. At this moment, many people were guessing that Yu Sangtian had not acted against Boundless because he already knew of Lu Yin's strength and did not have the confidence to do so. Was that why he had stopped the expedition to the Tianyuan universe? This speculation was becoming more and more plausible, and Rong Xiang felt the same way. When he faced Lu Yin again, he tried to be as humble as possible. This person was different from the other Sangtians. He was completely lawless. Lu Yin grunted, "You're good with words. Say more." Rong Xiang was stunned, and his mind raced as he tried to think of the words that people had used to flatter him. He tried, "Lu Sangtian is, powerful. It's as vast as the starry sky. It's boundless and limitless." That's enough. You're not creative. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Rong Xiang quickly apologized and decided to find an expert at flattery when he returned. He had to train them. Did Lu Sangtian like to flatter others? Many people liked it after they gained power, but did someone like Lu Sangtian need it? Suddenly Rong Xiang thought of old Tao, who seemed to be very good at flattery. Right, Lu Sangtian must be used to being flattered. Did that mean that if someone could do it better they could replace old Tao? Rong Xiang was sad. He was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce and a spiritual prime, yet he was actually flattering Lu Yin. "Lord Lu Sangtian, all of the profits from this bet will be sent to Boundless. It is the Chamber of Commerce's fortune to be able to serve you." Lu Yin raised a brow. "All of it? Isn't it 60%? Rong Xiang smiled. "All of it. This is the Chamber of Commerce's sincerity." Lu Yin smiled. "Not bad, I'm very satisfied. You've done a better job than the Chamber of Commerce." "Thank you for your praise," Rong Xiang hurriedly replied. He was very familiar with this line, as he had said it to Yishang before he had reached the spiritual prime realm. Now that he had broken through, even Yishang had to respect him. He had not said it in a very long time. "Thank you for taking care of the 4 Horse and 100 Leaves Chambers of Commerce," Lu Yin said. Rong Xiang respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Lord Lu Sangtian." Lu Yin looked at him. "If you find any traces of Yishang, tell me. It's fine if you don't." Rong Xiang's face twitched, not knowing how to reply. Lu Yin smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Rong Xiang did not dare to move. It was the same movement again. Was the president found because of this? "Let's go back." Rong Xiang exhaled and bowed again. "Yes, then this one will take his leave." Lu Yin nodded. Rong Xiang respectfully left. The spiritual primordial realm was the primordial realm in the Tianyuan universe. It had once been unreachable. Even when the ancestor of the past broke through to the primordial realm, He had carved words beside the Mirage domain. And now, such a powerful cultivator was so respectful to him. This was the world of cultivation. This was life. On the other side, Elder Yu arrived and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu with a smile. "Congratulations, Master Lu," Yu Lao said. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. "It's all right, quite tiring." Yu Lao sighed with emotion. "You really have the strength to fight against Xianxia. This old man admires you." Lu Yin did not care. "But I can't stop you from scheming against me again and again." Elder Yu laughed. "There are some things that Master Lu doesn't need to care about at your level." Lu Yin's expression changed and he said seriously, "I care a lot." Elder Yu did not know how to communicate with Lu Yin. From the first time they met, he knew that this person was not easy to talk to. But as his battle record increased and he became more and more invincible, it became harder to communicate with him. He had a condescending attitude and did not care about what others said. He was the master of the Zhikong domain. When was he ignored by others? But Elder Yu had no choice but to change the topic. "When did Master Lu learn the transformation of the 9 heavens?" Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Just now." "Just now." Elder Yu did not understand. Lu Yin said, "I learned it after watching Wu Huang use it. I am a talented person. I can learn any battle technique with just one look." Elder Yu was speechless. "The transformation of the 9 heavens requires you to open the 9 heavens. Is it difficult?" "Just open it yourself," Lu Yin said naturally. Elder Yu had a headache. He knew that Lu Yin would not tell the truth, and he actually said that he taught him the transformation of the 9 heavens. This reaction speed was very familiar. He could see that Lu Yin's transformation of the 9 heavens was different from Wu Huang's. Wu Huang opened the 9 heavens normally, but Lu Yin opened the 9 heavens with his consciousness. This was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days, nor was it something that could be thought of in 1 or 2 days. Even Xianxia did not open the 9 heavens with his consciousness, but Master Lu did it. He definitely did not learn the transformation of the 9 heavens in 1 or 2 days. But no one knew how long it took. If Wu Huang did not use the transformation of the 9 heavens, they would not know that Lu Yin also knew it. The transformation of the 9 heavens was not an ordinary battle technique. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Xianxia and Yushan knew it. Yushan's transformation of the 9 heavens came from Xianxia. Without Xianxia's help, Yushan would not be able to learn it. To learn the transformation of the 9 heavens, someone had to help open the 9 heavens. Elder Yu did not understand who would help Lu Yin open the 9 heavens, and who would help Wu Huang open the 9 heavens. With Wu Huang's strength, even without the transformation of the 9 heavens, he was still at the peak of Xianxia. Someone who had the strength to help him open the 9 heavens. "You only want to know this? Why don't you ask Wu Huang? Maybe I will have the same answer as him." Lu Yin spoke. He decided to stir up the situation just like how he used the transformation of the 9 heavens before. Wu Huang knew the transformation of the 9 heavens and so did he. What would this spiritualized universe think? What would Xianxia think? What would Elder Yu think? This pool of water would eventually be stirred up. Elder Yu was surprised. "Wu Huang is not dead?" Lu Yin shook his head. "That old man will not die so easily. There is still vitality in his body." Elder Yu was puzzled. If that is the case, why did Master Lu let him go? Lu Yin and Elder Yu looked at each other. "What do you mean? Do you have a grudge against him?" "Of course not. This old man does not want Wu Huang to die, or else the beast form spirit molt will be messed up. But with Master Lu's methods, if Wu Huang is not dead, shouldn't you capture him? Just like Dejin Yi and the rest." "I do not have such a hobby. Wu Huang is worthy of my respect." Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply. "Respect? What a joke. This person must be scheming something." Back then when he let Qian Men Faidu go, he did not immediately guess this person's plan. Later on he understood that this person wanted to use Qian Men Faidu to pressure Mingchuan. He wanted to intervene in the fight between the Mingchuan and the Mingchuan. Now that he let Wu Huang go, he must have his own plans. Right, the transformation of the 9 heavens. Elder Yu finally understood. He looked at Lu Yin. "You want to use Wu Huang." Lu Yin did not think that this little trick could be hidden from Elder Yu. Anyone with a keen mind would be able to understand it. But even if they understood, it was a fact that Wu Huang would cause the transformation of the 9 heavens. These people would definitely go to him. This was an open conspiracy. If he could not get the information here, he could only ask Wu Huang for confirmation. Lu Yin did not deny it. They were all smart people. There was no need to point it out. Elder Yu praised, extreme talent, the destiny of the child of destiny and a shrewd plan. Master Lu, a person like you is very scary. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. I will take it as a compliment, but I still will not tell you who opened the 9 heavens for me. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Everything has a condition. Lu Yin raised a finger. One person. Who? The 9th spirit. Elder Yu was surprised. The 9th spirit? Lu Yin looked into the distance. There was originally the 9th spirit, but she was no longer there. That woman would not meet him face to face. If you want to talk, bring the 9th spirit along, Lu Yin said. Elder Yu frowned. I don't understand why drag the 9th spirit into this matter between us. Also, the 9th spirit has never participated in any disputes of the spiritualized universe. She has been very casual since she became famous, not even fighting for resources. What does Master Lu have to do with her? Lu Yin was disdainful. Old man, stop pretending. Since I asked you to bring her along, how could I not know anything? You know it in your heart. It's fine if you can't see it, but since you can see it, you still want to scheme against me behind my back. Do you think I am too kind? At this point he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Elder Yu. Do you believe that this finger can make you disappear completely? Elder Yu's eyes flashed. If I disappear, who will help the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Have you really never thought that my 9 skies change came from Yusang heaven? Elder Yu's eyes widened. Impossible, he had denied this possibility from the beginning because he understood Yusang heaven. Even if this person was a disciple of Paramount, he would not be able to force Yusang heaven to open the 9 skies for him. Unless Paramount himself forced Yusang Tian to do so. But would it be? Even so, where did Sovereign learn Paramount's 9 skies change from? Could it also be from Yusang heaven? What a joke. Yusang heaven was now at the peak of bitter adversity. To break through to immortality, the only way was to restart a universe, not create an opponent and use the opponent's strength to break through. That was impossible. Whether it was Sovereign or Lu Yin, their 9 skies change could not have come from Yusang heaven. Impossible. Elder Yu was very confident in his guess. However, Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. The more he smiled, the more uncertain Elder Yu became, mainly because he had no confidence in Paramount. It was possible that Paramount had forced Yusang heaven to open the 9 skies for Lu Yin. Then were there more possibilities? What did Paramount want to do? Elder Yu was silent. Lu Yin put down his arm and turned to leave. I said, bring the 9th spirit along to talk. I will only give you 1 chance. With that, his figure disappeared. Looking at the empty sky, Elder Yu's gaze was complicated. He had defeated Sovereign and almost became the first Sang heaven. If he was a cultivator from the spiritualized universe, some things could be said, but this person was from the Tianyuan universe. He definitely knew something, but why would he know? As a disciple of the Empyrean Immortal King, the Empyrean Immortal King could have told him. Why did he have to ask him? If the Empyrean Immortal King didn't tell him, how did he know? There should not be any clues from the spiritualized universe itself. In the distance, the cultivators left one by one. The cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border left silently with Sovereign without saying a word. Zhang Ming and the rest also left, their expressions solemn. Chapter 36:19. This battle had allowed them to clearly see the strength of peak powerhouses. Perhaps even Sang Tian might not be able to do anything to those at that level. Now they understood why Lu Yin was so unbridled and arrogant. He had even mobilized resources to where Sang Tian was. He had the confidence to do so. The third master of the Dayu Villa was truly invincible. The battle at Fu Heyuan had refreshed the history of the spiritualized universe. Before this, there had never been a battle between powerhouses at that level. Yusang Tian had no opponent, so how could he fight? But now there was. No one knew when Yusang Tian and Lu Sang Tian would fight. When that time came, what would happen to the spiritualized universe? There were many powerhouses above Boundless. Of course, it was also possible that Yusang Tian would lead the 7 great Sang Tians to the consciousness universe and flatten Elome. News of this spread, and many cultivators tried to find ways to join. Perhaps this was the final resistance of the consciousness universe. Once the consciousness universe was destroyed, it was hard to say when it would be reactivated. It could happen at any time, so joining this battle would be much easier than going after the consciousness universe was completely destroyed. No one was stupid. Once the consciousness universe was destroyed and the 13 celestial phenomenon were all killed, Everyone in the spiritualized universe would want to go and experience the reactivation of the universe, especially the powerhouses who were nearing the end of their lifespans. It was foreseeable that there would not be enough battleships. No matter how many battleships there were, they would not be able to carry countless cultivators. When that happened, the chances of going would be very slim. This expedition to the consciousness universe was an opportunity that many people wanted to seize. When news of this spread, the boat region experienced an explosion of recruitment. Many cultivators wanted to arrange for their disciples to join the boat region so that they could have a chance to follow the battleships to the consciousness universe. Even if that did not work, their disciples could become familiar with the boat region, and perhaps even their family's ancestors could sneak in and follow them to the consciousness universe. This was a shortcut. More and more of these things would happen in the future. It wasn't just the boat region. The Heavens Craftsman region, Spirit Treasure region, and other regions also experienced an explosion of activity. Whether it was creating weapons or learning about spirit treasure arrays, the entire spiritualized universe was mobilized. Even the 100 Herb region welcomed many cultivators who wished to join Boundless. In the past, they had all believed that Limitless would definitely be destroyed, but the battle at Fu Heyuan had shown them just how powerful Lu Yin was. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to destroy Limitless, it would not be that easy. It was more likely that Limitless would completely integrate into the spiritualized universe and replace one of the great powers. It might even become the 8th great power, which would make it easier to join. Wu Jiang immediately refused. Without Lu Yin's return, no one could make the decision to allow these people to join. Lu Yin had disappeared for half a month after the battle at Fu Heyuan, and everyone assumed that he had gone to recuperate from his injuries. This made Qin Gong even more regretful, and he hated the cowardice of those people even more. The encirclement would have definitely succeeded at that time. Half a month later, Lu Yin appeared in the Intent Realm. No one had expected that Lu Yin would not return to the 100 Herbs territory, but instead go to the Intent Realm. When they saw Lu Yin appear, all of the cultivators in the Intent Realm bowed respectfully, their faces filled with apprehension and fear. Why is this Master Lu here again? There were many conflicts between this person and the Realm of Concepts. When they were gathering resources, the Realm of Concepts fought fiercely with the people from Boundless Boundary. After the Guardian Spirit, he was the first to come to the Realm of Concepts. What was the meaning of this? Does he want to destroy the Intent Realm at this time? Xiao led the League of Crusaders to welcome him. Xiao of the League of Crusaders greets Lu Sangtian. Exalted Feng of the League of Crusaders greets Lu Sangtian. The League of Crusaders. Lu Yin's expression was cold as he swept his gaze across the crowd. No one dared to raise their heads. Lu Yin was currently in the spiritualized universe. His status was not much lower than Yu Sangtian's. Both of them had unparalleled strength. Yu Sangtian used his status as the ruler of the spiritualized universe to make everyone bow down to him. Lu Yin relied on his tyrannical and lawless nature to make others not dare to oppose him. There was no difference between facing Lu Yin and facing Yu Sangtian. Where's Wu Wei? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Xiao was not surprised as he knew that Lu Yin was here to look for Wu Wei. The last time he had come, it had been for Wu Wei as well. Because of this, he had requested reinforcements from the realm beyond heaven, which had attracted the 9th spirit. Even Xiao himself had attacked Lu Yin. Now, Xiao was most afraid that Lu Yin would settle the score later, as he had come too suddenly. Reporting to Lu Sangtian, Wu Wei is not here. Lu Yin stared coldly at Xiao. Not here? Where did he go? I don't know. Say it again. Xiao's heart sank and he bowed deeply. The last time Wu Wei left, he went to beyond heaven, but after that, I don't know where he went. Lu Yin looked at Xiao. Xiao lowered his head and his face gradually paled. He was afraid that Lu Yin would attack him and kill him. As the leader of the Crusader Alliance and the current master of the domain, his strength was not enough and he still needed to break through. He was confident that he could break through to the cosmic realm, and he might even be able to compete for the position of Sangtian in the future. However, that was only possible if he survived. Even if he became Sangtian, it would be meaningless to face Lu Sangtian. This short period of time felt like an eternity to Xiao, and he only relaxed when he heard a voice. Why have you come to the domain, Master Lu? Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Lu Yin looked in another direction, where a middle-aged man in long purple robes walked out. He had a calm demeanor and there was a smile on his face. He looked at Lu Yin with a calm gaze without any hostility or wariness. He was just like a well-mannered uncle next door. This person was Zhi Tianshu. Lu Yin had heard of Zhi Tianshu more than once. His most legendary story was that this person had already become Sang Tian, but he had deliberately given up his position. If he wanted to, there would be no Meng Sang Tian or Bao Qi, as he could become Sang Tian at any time. This was publicly acknowledged in the spiritualized universe because he was so powerful that even the master of the Su sect could not compete with him. To some, Sang Tian was their life, but to others, it was like a fleeting cloud. However, Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that he had been forced to give up his position by Yu Sang Tian. This was because the most attractive thing about the position was not the power, but the wonders that one could see on the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was the path to Yu Sang Tian. Zhi Tianshu? Zhi Tianshu faced Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Zhi Tianshu greets Lu Sang Tian. She was Zhi Tianshu's daughter. She had once wanted to take 9 steps in Ring Sun City, but she had been tricked by the little fatty from the Heavens Craftsman realm. In order to make up for it, she had provoked Lu Yin and was forcefully taken away by an old woman. With Zhi Tianshu behind her, Zhi could do whatever she wanted in the spiritualized universe. However, she had no confidence in facing Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin had not made a name for himself at that time. Now she knew what kind of person Lu Yin was. It was too dangerous for her father to stand up for the Intent Realm. However, her father had come because the Intent Realm was supposed to protect this place. Yu Sang Tian clearly knew that Lu Sang Tian was hostile to the Intent Realm, but he had still arranged for her father to come here. Lu Yin sized up Zhi Tianshu. No wonder everyone said that you became Sang Tian but gave up your position. I thought it was fake, but now it seems that you really do have the strength to become Sang Tian. Lu Sang Tian is too kind. Compared to Lu Sang Tian, my strength is too insignificant. Lu Yin asked, have you ever thought of becoming Sang Tian again? Wu Huang was defeated, so the position is vacant. You can try. Xianxia was surprised. Lu Sang Tian wanted to support Zhi Tianshu? Zhi Tianshu's expression did not change. Wu Huang's position can only be replaced by a spiritualized beast. Moreover, I don't plan to become Sang Tian. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Yin looked away. What a pity. Zhi Tianshu did not understand what Lu Yin meant. He had only met this person for the first time and he wanted to support him to become Sang Tian? Xianxia looked at Zhi Tianshu. Zhi Tianshu looked at him and said, why did Lu Sang Tian come to the Intent Realm this time? Lu Yin said casually, I'm looking for Wu Wei. Zhi Tianshu said, Wu Wei is not here. If Lu Sang Tian wants to find him, I can help you ask Wu Wei. Okay, go ahead. Lu Yin did not refuse. Zhi Tianshu was stunned. He was just being polite. Seeing that Lu Yin was serious, he could only take out a spirit cloud stone to contact Lan. What's the matter? Lan's voice was heard. Zhi Tianshu asked, where is Wu Wei? Lan was puzzled. Why are you looking for him? Zhi Tianshu looked at Lu Yin and said, let him return to the Intent Realm so that I can go back. He can't return to the Intent Realm. That Lu Yin is watching him. This person is too lawless. He is fierce, cruel, and unbridled. Bang! The spirit cloud stone shattered. Xianxia and the others looked at Zhi Tianshu strangely. Zhi Tianshu coughed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lu Sang. This spirit cloud stone has been used for too long. It's broken. I'll contact you again. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Zhi Tianshu had no choice but to find another spirit cloud stone. However, he did not contact Lan this time. Instead, he contacted other cultivators in Wu Wei. None of those cultivators knew where Wu Wei was. Lu Yin watched Zhi Tianshu contact them one by one. If he did not ask him to stop, Zhi Tianshu would not stop. It was not that Zhi Tianshu was afraid of Lu Yin. At his level of cultivation, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he could not win, he would run. He still had this confidence. The main reason was that the atmosphere had always been harmonious. He could not take the initiative to destroy the atmosphere. Moreover, he had promised to help Lu Yin ask. If he did not ask now, it would feel like he was going back on his word. Unless Lu Yin asked him to stop. However, Lu Yin just looked at him and allowed Zhi Tianshu to contact anyone. Xianxia and the others could only wait. Zhi Tianshu looked at Lu Yin helplessly and continued to contact. Zhi Tianshu. It was Lan's voice. Zi Tianshu coughed. It's me. Lu Sangtian is in the intent realm? Lan had already realized that if Zi Tianshu only contacted her, there was no need to contact so many people. He guessed that he was forced to do so. Zi Tianshu looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin reached out and took the spirit cloud stone. Speak. In Wu Wei, Lan's expression was ugly. She had just cursed behind someone's back and had been heard. She took a deep breath. Wu Wei is not in Wu Wei. Where is it? Only Lord Yusang Tian knows. Nonsense. Lu Yin crushed the spirit cloud stone. Zi Tianshu was speechless and crushed another one. In Wu Wei, Lan was stunned and stared at the spirit cloud stone angrily. This person was extremely rude. She crushed the spirit cloud stone angrily. Chapter 36:20. Within the intent realm, Lu Yin looked around. Speaking of which, you guys don't seem to welcome me. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly said, of course not. If Lu Sangtian doesn't mind, you can head to the Crusader League. I'll show you around. If the Crusader League's disciples can seek your guidance, they'll be lucky. Lu Yin said, there's no need. You guys can leave. I'll walk around by myself. He then descended. Xianxia looked at Zi Tianshu. Zi Tianshu shook his head. Let him be. Can we stop him? Even if he destroys the intent realm, there's nothing we can do. Xianxia looked down again. There was nothing they could do. If they couldn't stop him, then so be it. No one followed Lu Yin and no one would monitor him. The intent realm allowed him to do as he pleased. More accurately, the entire spiritualized universe allowed him to do as he pleased. Of the 7 great powers, he had never been to the Gate of Arts and Royal God Mountain, but he would definitely find an opportunity to visit them. Lu Yin went to the place where Wu Wei had once hidden and stopped moving. He didn't leave for several days. Although Xianxia and the others didn't monitor Lu Yin, they roughly knew where he was. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, they guessed that he wouldn't stay here forever. That shouldn't be possible, as that would be too stupid. Zi Tianshu pulled Zi away. From his point of view, it was best to stay as far away as possible from someone like Lu Yin. He couldn't see through him and did as he pleased. Such people were the most terrifying. Xianxia naturally didn't want Zi Tianshu to leave, but he couldn't stop him. As for Beyond Heaven, Zi Tianshu admitted that he would continue to oversee the intent realm. He was only going out to relax and would return soon. This answer left Beyond Heaven helpless. After all, Zi Tianshu was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Even Yusang Tian couldn't force him to stay. As for how long he would return soon, that would depend on when Lu Yin left. More than 10 days passed. Lu Yin raised his hand and a spiral appeared at the tip of his finger. He flung it out and pierced the ground, but there was no reaction. He used the karmic wheel, which also pierced the ground, but there was still no reaction. Did it have to be the Heaven's Sword? Of course, he hadn't come to the intent realm to find Wu Wei. He knew that Wu Wei was at Royal God Mountain to hide from him. He had only come here because he wanted to see that strange scene again. Behind him, Lu Yin's consciousness appeared as the 9 heavens changed. Above the 9th heaven, the azure sword stabbed out, and Lu Yin's figure appeared directly in front of it. He raised a hand and the karmic spiral pointed out to meet the azure sword. In an instant, the world rumbled and everything turned white. The miraculous scene that he had seen before appeared once again. Lu Yin looked around him and he saw another wall that was formed from karma. He then saw a land that was enveloped by karma, and the karma was boundless. This time Lu Yin had been prepared for this and he looked into the distance very seriously. What is this? The miraculous scene instantly disappeared, and Lu Yin recalled what he had just seen. A funnel. He had seen a funnel that was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was definitely a funnel, but a funnel in reverse. It turned out that the spectacle had always been there, and it didn't only appear on the day of the sacrifice spirit. These funnels were formed from karma, so it was no wonder that he could see them. On the day of the spirit sacrifice, whoever could see the miraculous scene could become the next Yusang Tian. Did this mean that one had to see karma to become Yusang Tian? Or could it be that seeing such a spectacle meant that one could comprehend karma? Or perhaps, seeing this miraculous scene was equivalent to seeing the truth, and this truth was something that only Yusang Tian knew? Lu Yin dared to guarantee that very few people in the entire spiritualized universe knew of the funnel's existence, but Yusang Tian definitely knew. He looked in the direction of Beyond Heaven. Xianxia had always allowed Lu Yin to exist, which was definitely related to this. He had allowed Lu Yin to become Xianxia and allowed Lu Yin to see the miraculous scene. Lu Yin then thought about the funnel in front of him, as well as the 7 karmic lands that could only be seen through karma. Xianxia had always wanted to lead Lu Yin in a certain direction, but Lu Yin couldn't say anything. Lu Yin frowned and used the azure sword again. At his fingertips, karma spiraled and collided. White light flashed and the miraculous scene appeared again. This time Lu Yin could see it even more clearly. However, the miraculous scene disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared, but he could still see the funnel every time. Lu Yin used the azure sword again and again to look at the miraculous scene again and again, hoping to see something. He saw the karma that formed the funnel coming from the center of the word spirit. Karma spread out from that direction towards the funnel. The funnel wasn't stationary, it was slowly rotating. Lu Yin knew that there was more than one funnel in the spiritualized universe, as there were 7 funnels. He looked in the direction that the funnel's karma was rotating, hoping to see further and clearer. After countless attempts, he suddenly saw something. Karma seemed to be coming from that direction. What was that? It was very thin and rectangular, and it was enveloped by karma. It couldn't be seen clearly, but it was shaped like a piece of paper. The miraculous scene disappeared again. Lu Yin felt weak all over. He had used the azure sword and karma too many times, and he needed to rest before continuing. He wanted to see clearly what it was. Far away in beyond heaven, Xianxia stood in place and looked in the direction of the intent domain. His gaze was emotionless and terrifyingly calm. Lan sought an audience with Xianxia. "My lord." Xianxia moved his finger, and Lan was pushed away by an invisible force and fell into the distance. She landed awkwardly and looked at Ji Gong in shock. Xianxia had actually pushed her away? This had never happened before. Even when Ji Gong was in seclusion and she had unintentionally disturbed him, he had never pushed her away. What had happened? She had never seen Xianxia like that before. No matter what, Xianxia was always calm, as if everything was under his control. But just now she had felt that he was nervous and apprehensive. Was that an illusion? Definitely not. This was not something she could see, but something she had sensed after interacting with Xianxia for countless years. It was a mysterious feeling that did not make any sense, but she could sense Xianxia's emotions in that moment. Xianxia had never acted like that before. Far away in Jigong, Xianxia stood there quietly. Unknowingly, his emotionless gaze had become nervous. "Don't disappoint me." Lu Yin rested for a while and continued to use karma to touch the azure sword and observe the miraculous scene. Unfortunately, he could not see anything more clearly. He could only see a rough idea. Was that a piece of paper? Or was it an object similar to a piece of metal? But how could an external object release karma? Right, could it be a turbid treasure? Only turbid treasures could be so mysterious. He looked at his finger in a daze as the karma spiraled. It would be normal if he could use karma to see the funnel, but why did he have to use it with the azure sword? Was there a necessary connection between the azure sword and karma? The azure sword skipped the process and directly pierced the result, which seemed similar to karma. If this sword was the cause and the sword pierced the effect, then karma would be complete. Was that not the case? Was this a karmic battle technique? Lu Yin could not figure it out. If it was a karmic battle technique, then how could Wu Wei have comprehended it? If it was not, then it was too much of a coincidence. Lu Yin had comprehended this sword. Even if he had learned it from somewhere else and did not comprehend karma, he should not have been able to learn it. While resting, Lu Yin touched the azure sword again. Unfortunately, he had not been in Wu Wei's body for long, and he had only been focused on learning the azure sword. He had not been able to read Wu Wei's memories. Next time he had to be within 5 meters of Wu Wei so that he could read Wu Wei's memories without using his consciousness. He had to make a trip to Divine Driving Mountain. As for now, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If he could see it, then could he touch it? If he could grab the karma in the funnel, would he be able to make up for his own karma? Lu Yin's breathing quickened when he thought of this. If he could, then his karma would immediately transform. There would be no need for karma spirals or karma wheels. He could just use karma land to smash everything and no one would be able to escape. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Yin used the azure sword and clashed with the karma spirals at his fingertips. One funnel after another, they covered the entire spiritualized universe. They were clearly huge but no one could see them. Was this a world hiding another world? No, from Lu Yin's point of view, it was more like a world that stood above another. The figure he had seen on the tribute spirit's day had been very casual, stretching lazily in front of the spiritualized universe as if it were an ant's territory. These funnels flowed liquid in the opposite direction. Lu Yin did not know what that liquid was, but he felt as if the spiritualized universe was sending it out. The more he understood this place, the more Lu Yin realized that this spiritualized universe was not as powerful as he had initially thought. He reached out towards the karma wall in front of him, and the karma spirals wrapped around his fingertips. He wanted to touch the boundless karma. There was no obstruction and he passed through it without touching it. The funnels and the karma wall did not change at all. Not even a ripple was created. Lu Yin exhaled and everything returned to normal. He retracted his hand. He had failed and could not touch it. This was clearly karma. In the heaven's origin universe and the spiritualized universe, as long as he could see karma, he could touch it. He could even strike out karma threads in other people's bodies and use karma wheels to heavily injure powerhouses who were undergoing bitter adversity. However, he could not touch this karma. Looking at the two universes, he had been surprised by Xianxia, who could temporarily resist karma, and Jiangqi, who could hide under a blanket, could not be invaded by karma. At this moment there was a third surprise, which was this massive karma that he could see but could not touch. Was it really impossible to touch it? Lu Yin stood in place and pondered. Everything that appeared in the universe had a pattern that could be found. Even if the pattern itself did not have a pattern, it was still a pattern. He had cultivated various powers and decided to try them out one by one. If he could touch this karma, then he might be able to use it for himself. In a corner of the spiritualized universe, a youth stood on the rooftop of a bustling city and looked up at the starry sky. 2 rows of attendants stood beside him. There were both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary appearances. Red wine, beauties, music, and a lakeside. This place had everything that one wanted. This was a technological planet that was flourishing. There was no cultivation civilization here, and their material and spiritual enjoyment had been developed to the extreme. This youth was the wealthiest person on this planet. With this wealth, he had spent only a second to obtain an enjoyment that no one else on this planet could compare to. The youth waved his hand. The attendants on both sides retreated. His hand slowly pressed down. The city's lights were extinguished. 2 figures walked out from behind him. They were Meng Xianxia and the old salamander. Chapter 36:21. The 2 of them looked at the young man respectfully. I didn't see the end. Was this battle exciting? The young man asked. He looked at the dark city with only sporadic flashes of light. With his wealth, he could control the lights of the entire city. He could even control the entire planet. However, the people at the bottom were not restricted. They could not even see the young man's instructions. In their minds, the city's power system had malfunctioned, and the lights had not been extinguished on purpose. That was unimaginable. The old salamander sighed. It was an unparalleled battle. The changes in the Empyrean raised them to the level of Xianxia. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only Xianxia and you can participate in this battle. The young man held the railing with both hands and looked down at the city. Light up. With one word, the city lit up again. The neon lights at night illuminated countless people walking in the dark. Those people cheered. Extinguish. With one word, the city fell into darkness. To them, destroying the planet was a piece of cake. However, the feeling of destroying a planet and conquering a planet were different. Is it dazzling? The young man asked. Meng Xianxia and the old salamander looked at the sporadic lights in every corner of the city. Dazzling, the old salamander said. The young man smiled. When the lights are bright, no one can see them. However, only they can hurt the eyes of those in power. It's not that they don't want to extinguish the lights, but they don't know about it. They don't know about my existence. I can decide their life and death with one word, but they can also work together to illuminate those sporadic lights until they hurt me. That's how I hurt the above heaven sect back then. Meng Xianxia and the old salamander were silent as they listened. Sometimes it's not bad to enjoy the extreme pleasure of ordinary people. The young man opened his arms and took a deep breath. Stay away from all sentient beings. Meng Xianxia and the old salamander were puzzled. Stay away from all sentient beings? The young man looked up at the starry sky. No sentient beings can get close. When he saw Lu Yin's consciousness open the Empyrean, he left. There was no suspense in that battle. The scene that he saw made him ponder until now. He thought of a possibility. Could Lu Yin use his turbid treasure to merge with a sentient being? He was now certain that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with a spiritualized cultivator's body. Otherwise, the situation would not have turned out this way. Lu Yin's development in the Tianyuan universe had always been able to foresee the future, which was very terrifying. He understood all of his enemies, but this advantage disappeared in the spiritualized universe. This was especially true since he himself had cultivated with a spirit seed, so he was very clear about the changes in his body. He was certain that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with the body of a spirit seed cultivator. What about sentient beings? He had been observing all this time, and his previous conclusion had been that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with a consciousness lifeform's body. If that was the case, then any consciousness lifeform that appeared next to Lu Yin would become Lu Yin's spy. The fewer sentient beings there were, the more he could control the situation. His turbid treasure was really useful. Southbound world, Elder Yu had come looking for him. The shattered mountain valley had already been restored. Although the Heaven's Hand had been gravely injured and had completely lost the power of the 7 major powers, the 9th spirit was still holding down the fort in the South Turing world. Stupid old man. What are you doing here? The 9th spirit was curious. She and the foolish old man rarely met alone. She almost never participated in any disputes in the spiritualized universe. As for Yu Lao, he always wanted to see everything clearly from behind the scenes, so he rarely went to the front of the stage. As a result, they had not spoken much for many years. The foolish old man came to the mountain valley and said helplessly, "I have no choice but to come. I want to speak with Lu Sangtian, and he specifically asked you to accompany him." The 9th spirit sneered. "Are you senile? Do I have to accompany him just because he asked me to? What do you take me for?" The foolish old man raised his hand. "Don't be angry. I just have a few words to say. I will leave once I'm done." The 9th spirit was impatient. "Hurry up, I don't have time to deal with you. Yu Sangtian is focused on destroying the Earth of Will and will not give us much time to rest. I also need to find some good wine. Otherwise, there will be no wine to drink in the consciousness universe." She picked up the wine gourd and took a swig. The foolish old man smiled. He understood the 9th spirit very well and did not care what she said. He continued, "When Wu Jiang first arrived, he took in those who violated the rules and provoked Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin roamed the stars and announced that he would carve words in the extreme palace." "Wait." The 9th spirit stopped him and stared at the foolish old man unhappily. "I know all of this. What are you talking about? Just say it." The foolish old man said, "No matter what, you should let me finish. Drink your wine. If it's not enough, the wisdom domain has more." The 9th spirit was disdainful. "Keep your wine for yourself. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned to death." The foolish old man had no choice but to continue. Lu Yin roamed the stars and passed by the great Liao domain. He could not stand a servant being humiliated. He captured the great Liao saint and stole the Milky Way. At Ring Sun City, Lord Qi launched a sneak attack. Lu Yin killed his way into the intent domain. Just after achieving Sangtian, he immediately mobilized resources to control the spirit seed and limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. This is not all. Listening to the foolish old man slowly narrate Lu Yin's past, the 9th spirit continued to drink, rolling her eyes from time to time. After a while, the foolish old man finally finished. He looked at the 9th spirit. "You should understand this person. He will not give up until he reaches his goal. He must have his reasons for finding you. If you have no choice but to speak with him alone in the future, the situation will not be better than if I accompanied you." The 9th spirit put down her wine gourd. "If you've said enough, you may leave. I won't see you out." The foolish old man's gaze was deep. "Some things are easier for outsiders to see. Since he specifically sought you out, he did not mind my presence. You should know why." The 9th spirit frowned and stared at the foolish old man. "What? Are you going to make it clear? You and I are not enemies. But we are also not friends." He has already seen it clearly. If we continue to feign ignorance, we will only be making fools of ourselves. The 9th spirit gulped down another mouthful of wine, very unhappy. This guy is so powerful. So troublesome. The foolish old man smiled bitterly. If not for this, I would not have come here. The ninth spirit did not want to know the whereabouts of Count of the Wind? Of course not. She had already gone crazy from wanting to find Count of the Wind. But after so many years of searching, she had become numb and had gained a kind of forbearance. Lu Yin knew the whereabouts of Count of the Wind, and wanted to use it to exchange for something from the ninth spirit. This was normal. The ninth spirit could give up anything, but Lu Yin's question could not be answered. When Lu Yin's question appeared, the ninth spirit knew that the possibility of obtaining Count of the Wind through conversation was not high. At that time, even if Lu Yin had not acted, she had wanted to act to find out more about this Tianyuan universe expert. She had not been able to find out more, but she knew that she was not his match. The situation had reached a dead end. She had been thinking about how to break out of this deadlock. And now that the foolish old man had come and agreed to talk, it was equivalent to agreeing to Lu Yin's exchange. Even if she did not say anything, the price would be much lower for her. Most importantly, the foolish old man was right. Even if she did not say anything, Lu Yin would think of all sorts of ways to make her speak. Looking at this person's actions, there were some things that an expert should not do, but he did it without hesitation. This person was indeed unscrupulous. The ninth spirit shook her wine gourd. Your wine from the wisdom domain. I hope it is not poisonous. The foolish old man smiled and took out his spirit cloud stone. Lu Yin tried a few more times but could not touch the karma. He was still thinking about what to do when the spirit cloud stone vibrated. He connected. It's me. Lu Yin grunted. The foolish old man said, Master Lu, please come to the wisdom domain for a chat. Lu Yin knew that the ninth spirit had agreed. The waters of the spiritualized universe had finally been stirred up. He wanted to see what was behind it. Right, wait for me. At the same time, in the boat region, one of the 36 domains, dark clouds covered the sky. The atmosphere was stifling. Huge objects floated in the air. Judging from their silhouettes, they were huge battleships. However, they were only half completed. The originally bustling production site was now desolate. Nearly half of the cultivators were scattered around, looking up from time to time. Some were mocking, some were nervous, and some were waiting for something. The boat region was huge and had many cities. Today these cities were in chaos. Looting, killing, fighting, and quarreling were happening everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. In the center of the boat region, there was a huge city shaped like a battleship. This was the helm of the boat region where the boat family resided. At this moment, the atmosphere in the boat family was far more stifling than the outside world. With a bang, a burly old man smashed a table in anger. His face was red as he roared, "Let's die together with him." The crowd before him was shocked and did not dare to interrupt. Zhou Xian was helpless. He stepped forward and said, "Father, if you really can't, why don't we agree?" The old man was the master of the boat region, Zhou Helm. He was also the second barbarian Zhou that old Tao had spoken of. Hearing Zhou Qian's words, Zhou Helm slapped him. Zhou Qian was already prepared and retreated as soon as he finished speaking. He just happened to dodge Zhou Helm's slap. A moment's hesitation and it was too late. This was the experience he had gained from interacting with Zhou Rui for so many years. After he finished speaking, he should have retreated. Regardless of whether what he said was right or not, it did not hinder Zhou Rui's determination to slap him. That slap was not because what he said was right or wrong, but purely to vent. Zhou Qian stepped forward and spoke, prepared to let his father vent. Of course, he also wanted to save face and could not allow himself to be hit. Otherwise he would be laughed at. The slap did not hit, but Zhou Helm did not mind. He glared angrily and said, "Unfilial son, stupid. What do you know? Once you agree, the legacy left behind by your ancestors will be snatched away." Zhou Qian was speechless. The legacy left behind by their ancestors had been snatched away by their bloodline. They were originally the branch family of the branch family and would never have had a chance. Zhou Helm looked outside and said, "How many people have stopped now?" Zhou Qian looked behind him and looked at his son. The young man did not even dare to raise his head. He knew that it was his turn to be beaten, but he did not have the confidence to avoid that slap. He did not raise his head and would rather die than raise his head. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth and glared at the young man. This young man was his son Zhou Yin. Unfilial son, did you hear what I said?" Zhou Helm shouted angrily and glared at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's face twitched, more or less half. After speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a gust of wind blew past. What a familiar feeling. His slap missed again. Chapter 36:22. What are you doing? Have you been infiltrated by outsiders for so long? Nearly half of the work stopped? Do you know what this means? How can I still have the face to survive? Stupid trash, useless thing. Zhou Hai was furious. Zhou Xian was helpless. No one thought that the Imperial God Mountain would be so despicable. They couldn't marry with the outside world, so they made people think that they would never use such means. Who would have thought that they secretly cultivated a group of women to marry into my boat region? When we found out, it was too late. We couldn't force those people to divorce their wives. After that, he took a step back. In front of him, the wind swept again. How many cultivators are there in my boat region who make battleships? Zhou Hai asked angrily. Zhou Qian said bitterly, no less than 100 million. In front of him, the wind swept and he avoided it again. How many cultivators can decide to stop working? No less than 1 million. The wind swept and he could still avoid it. 500,000 marriage, you trash, you didn't find out until now, what's the use of you? Zhou Qian retorted, you didn't find out either. After saying that, he retreated and the wind swept. You dare to talk back? Zhou Hai gasped, gritting his teeth and looking outside. Daughter-in-law, is there any way? Zhou Qian turned and pushed his wife out. It was a beautiful woman with a dignified expression, with a noble air. She was called Qiu Shuang, Zhou Qian's wife, and Zhou Hai was asking her. Qiu Shuang shook her head. I have contacted Sky Beyond Sky. Lord Lan said that she can't control the Ru family. Zhou Hai's heart was heavy, as if he had suddenly aged a lot. At this moment, the Zhou family was almost out of the door, mainly because Zhou Qian took a step back after speaking, and then took a step back after speaking, and the people behind had to follow. Looking at Zhou Hai's tired expression, Zhou Qian turned and stared at Zhou Yin. Come out and talk. Zhou Yin lowered his head. Not going out, absolutely not going out. Little bastard, come out. Zhou Qian whispered. Zhou Yin pretended not to hear. Zhou Qian directly grabbed him and pushed him out. Zhou Yin almost hit Zhou Hai, and he was met with Zhou Hai's angry eyes. His eyes were like a man-eating beast, and he was so scared that he turned and fled, but Zhou Hai pressed his shoulder, revealing a smile. Good grandson, is there any way? Zhou Yin's face was pale and he looked at Zhou Qian for help. Zhou Qian lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Zhou Rui gripped Zhou Yin's shoulder tightly. The huge force almost crushed Zhou Yin's shoulder. He opened his mouth and said in a very gentle voice, Good grandson, tell me. Grandpa won't blame you. The boat guide looked at the rudder bitterly and swallowed his saliva. There is a way. Be bold and say it. Zhou Rui's smile became even brighter. Zhou Yin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Grandpa, find Wu Jiang. The helm was stunned. What? The surrounding Zhou clan members all thought that they had misheard. Only Zhou Qian remained calm. This was the only method he had come up with, and it was the only method. Zhou Yin swallowed his saliva again and said, Find Wu Jiang. That Lu Sangtian has always been looking for trouble with the Imperial Spirit Mountain. If he knows that the Imperial Spirit Mountain is targeting our Zhou region, he will definitely take action. And he glanced at Zhou Qian and decided to throw caution to the wind. Ever since the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild became the Dispatching Merchant Guild, the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild has been providing us with the materials we need to build the battleships. Wu Jiang has been quite good to us. After he finished speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a strong wind swept past. Boat rudder shouted angrily. Are you stupid? Good to us? That's called targeting us. Compared to the Imperial Spirit Mountain, Wu Jiang is even more terrifying. If we are targeted by Wu Jiang, we will be finished. Zhou Yin was so scared that he was about to cry. It was not his idea. He looked at Zhou Qian for help. He had said everything he needed to say. Zhou Qian braced himself and walked out. Father, the Sky Beyond Sky can't control the Ru clan. If Wu Jiang doesn't intervene, we will be finished. Even if Wu Jiang is targeting us, to take the Zhou region is not something that can be done in a day or two. Their threat is still under the Imperial Spirit Mountain, and Wu Jiang represents the Tianyuan universe. Perhaps in the near future Wu Jiang will no longer exist. After he finished speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a strong wind swept past. Zhou Rui slapped the air and stared at Zhou Qian. You also know that Wu Jiang is from the Tianyuan universe. Asking for help from Wu Jiang, only you can think of it. This is equivalent to being branded with the Tianyuan universe. When Wu Jiang is finished, we will also be finished. Qiu Shuang said, I am willing to go to the sky beyond sky to explain the situation to Lord Lan. I will say that we are also targeted by Wu Jiang. The Zhou region is the battlefield between Wu Jiang and the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Zhou Rui was stunned and thought for a moment. That makes sense. He laughed and laughed very happily. He looked at Zhou Yin in admiration. Good grandson, you have finally grown up. You know how to share the family's worries. Good idea, good idea. Haha, later on go get some resources and go out to play. Zhou Yin sighed and smiled. Thank you, grandfather. Everyone sighed in relief. But a light sound rang out. Everyone stared blankly at the palm print on Zhou Yin's face. Zhou Yin was stunned. He had not expected this slap. It was too unexpected. Zhou Qian, Qiu Shuang and the others looked at their son's stunned expression. Zhou Rui looked at the palm print on Zhou Yin's face and was satisfied. Not bad. It's quite deep. Go and apologize to Wu Jiang. Zhou Yin blinked. He did not react. Zhou Qian asked, apologize for what? This brat took liberties with other people's maids. Shouldn't he apologize? How long ago was that? Apologize now. What, I just found out. Can't I? But why should he apologize? Zhou Qian asked. This was also Zhou Yin's question. He felt wronged. How long ago had it been? Zhou Rui shook his head and looked at Zhou Qian with disappointment. How stupid. You went to ask for help and Wu Jiang agreed? Shouldn't you pull some strings? This brat took liberties with Lu Sangtian's maid in the Grand Domain. Go apologize, lower your attitude, give some gifts and finally ask for help. Wouldn't your relationship be closer? So many years in the belly of a dog. Zhou Qian opened his mouth to retort, but Qiu Shuang tugged at him. Don't speak. Otherwise your son will be slapped again. Her heart ached. Zhou Qian wisely shut his mouth and left with Zhou Yin. Zhou Rui was in a good mood and waved his hand. Disperse. Just a small matter has scared you. Here. What are you afraid of? Everyone left, speechless. Kong Domain reads. It was still a small boat. The foolish old man personally poured wine for the ninth spirit. Try it. The ninth spirit took a sip. It's not poisonous. The foolish old man was speechless. Why do you think I poisoned you? The ninth spirit did not speak. She grabbed the wine bottle and drank directly. The foolish old man sighed and took out a huge wine bottle. This is for you. The ninth spirit was satisfied. That's more like it. You're all grown men drinking from wine cups. Humph. At this time, Lu Yin arrived outside the Zhikong domain. He entered directly and stepped onto the small boat. The foolish old man gestured for him to sit. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit who was gulping down wine. Drink less. Don't talk nonsense when you're drunk. The ninth spirit put down the wine bottle and smiled at Lu Yin. That's all you have to say. You can tell if it's nonsense. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. Thank you, old man. Help me tell. The foolish old man laughed. Since we're gathered here today, we should be honest with each other. If we lie to each other, what's the point of this conversation? With our identities, this conversation might change history. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Change history? History hasn't happened yet. How can it be changed? It doesn't need to be changed. It's fine as it is now, the ninth spirit said. The foolish old man was helpless. Both of you have some opinions about me. If that's the case, why don't you two speak first? No, you speak first, the ninth spirit refused. The foolish old man looked at her. It's the same. The ninth spirit was very serious. It's not the same. What's the difference? Whoever speaks first will bear the greater responsibility. The foolish old man wanted to say something, but he couldn't. This was too direct. He looked at the ninth spirit who was unprecedentedly serious. Helpless, the foolish old man sighed. All right, but the responsibility doesn't matter. The universe has been rebooted. No parallel universe is innocent. Lu Yin continued drinking. It seemed that he would hear some truth today. As for the origins of Scroll 15 and Scroll 16, I've told Master Lu before. Do you believe me? The foolish old man asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the foolish old man. Instead, he took out a bottle of wine from his cosmic ring and placed it in front of the ninth spirit. This is wine from my hometown. Try it. The ninth spirit's eyes lit up. From the Tianyuan universe. Then I must try it. After speaking, she took a big gulp and wiped her mouth. She praised, not bad. Although it's not the strongest wine I've ever tasted, it has its own flavor. Lu Yin smiled. Drinking wine isn't just about the taste. The ninth spirit rolled her eyes. Taste is taste. Stop talking about other things. You're so young, so stop pretending to be mature. Lu Yin was speechless. The foolish old man saw that Lu Yin was ignoring him and coughed. Scroll 15 and Scroll 16 were indeed created by the master of the intelligible domain. However, they were not created in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. The ninth spirit put down the wine bottle and stared blankly, waiting for the foolish old man to continue. These were the words that Lu Yin wanted to hear. This old man had just wanted to test him and learn something from him. Just as the ninth spirit had said, there was too much nonsense. After a moment of silence, the skies of the intelligible domain changed. The spirit treasure array activated and sealed off the entire intelligible domain. Within the intelligible domain, all living things, regardless of whether they were humans, beasts, or any other form of intelligent life, fell into a deep slumber. The foolish old man's gaze was deep. At this moment he seemed to have become a different person. Even his aura had changed. This aura was not unfamiliar to Lu Yin. He had felt it from Fengbua and the ninth spirit. 9 firmaments, universe. The foolish old man said these 4 words. Lightning flashed across the sky like a taboo. Lu Yin and the foolish old man looked at each other. Looking at this strange yet familiar old man, thunder exploded in their ears. This spiritualized universe had also changed. It had become strange yet familiar. This is what Master Lu wants to know. The foolish old man continued, looking deeply at Lu Yin. This old man did not lie to you about the origins of Scroll 15 and Scroll 16. They have a ranking and were created by the previous masters of the intelligible domain. They were created from the 9 firmaments universe. Then how much does Master Lu know about the 9 firmaments universe? Chapter 36-23. Lu Yin picked up the wine cup and swirled it gently. This old man had wanted to use him to learn about the day of the sacrifice spirit, saying that he would pay a price. It was all a trick to deceive him. Lu Yin smelled the wine. Does this wine also come from the 9 heavens universe? The foolish old shook his head. No. Do you have wine from the 9 heavens universe? Let me drink. The foolish old was serious. Everything about the 9 heavens universe is taboo in the spiritualized universe. Not even Xianxia has the right to know. On the side, the ninth spirit took out the wine gourd that she always carried with her and slammed it on the table. Drink. The foolish old raised an eyebrow. Lu Yin was surprised. From the 9 heavens universe? The ninth spirit nodded and smiled. Very strong. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old. The foolish old looked at the ninth spirit. Can you go back often? The ninth spirit was proud. This wine gourd is a treasure. Can hide mountains and seas. It's enough to drink for a long time. Lu Yin laughed. Have a taste. The ninth spirit flicked her finger and the transparent wine flowed out of the gourd. It trickled towards Lu Yin and stopped in front of him, flowing slowly. The setting sun shone on the wine, shining with 7 colors. It was extremely beautiful. Lu Yin took a sip. It's all right. Then Master Lu, where did your 9 heavens change come from? The foolish old asked. Lu Yin looked at him. You just told me what I know and you want to exchange it for my secret. That's not nice. Then let me change the question. How much do you know about the 9 heavens universe? The foolish old asked. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. Your turn. The ninth spirit met Lu Yin's eyes. Don't you know? My appearance means that I'm also from the 9 heavens universe. That's right, this old man said it, not me. Remember it clearly. The foolish old was helpless. What's your status in the 9 heavens universe? Why are you in the spiritualized universe? What's the relationship between the 9 heavens universe and the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. The ninth spirit shook her head. I don't know. Don't ask me these things. I'm here to find Fengbua. Anything else related to the spiritualized universe is not within my scope. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old. The foolish old man couldn't help but laugh. Master Lu really knows how to do business. You didn't say anything and just wanted to get information from us. This is not honest. Why don't we each ask each other a question and they must answer it? If they can't answer, we can change to another question and the answer must be true. What do you think? Lu Yin hesitated. Old you said, both of us have information about the continent of the 9 clouds. Master Lu, you're alone. We can't get much information from you. It wasn't that Lu Yin was afraid of being taken advantage of, but that he had nothing to tell them. I'll go first, Lu Yin said. Foolish old man looked towards the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit snickered. You really know how to take advantage of others. Is this how you started in the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm afraid that not many people can answer your questions. I'm at an absolute disadvantage when it comes to information that both of you want to know. It's an advantage. Yu Lao reminded Lu Yin. The information that they provided was far more than the information that Lu Yin could obtain from him. To Lu Yin this was naturally an advantage. Lu Yin did not refute him. What do you think? Shall we start now? Sure, but I've already said that the continent of the 9 clouds is one, Yu Lao said. Lu Yin was amused. Old man, you're not at a disadvantage either. Don't you know how to give in to the younger generation? You don't know how to respect your elders. Lu Yin looked at the 9th spirit. What about you? Fine. The 9th spirit did not care. Lu Yin looked at her. Where is the continent of the 9 clouds? The 9th spirit raised an eyebrow. The first question is so difficult. You can choose not to answer. I'll change, Lu Yin said. The 9th spirit smiled. No need to change. I can tell you. Yu Lao's eyes flashed as he looked at the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit looked at Lu Yin, raised a hand and pointed upwards. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? The 9th spirit said, overhead. Lu Yin looked up at the stars. Impossible. I can't see anything. The 9th spirit laughed. If you can see it, others can too. How can you hide? How can one universe hide in another universe? The continent of the 9 clouds must be a universe of its own, like the spiritualized universe in the Tianyuan universe. How can such a universe be hidden? Lu Yin did not believe it, but the funnel and that huge person appeared in his mind. The 9th spirit did not explain. I've already answered. Whether you believe it or not is your business. In any case, I'm not lying. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao nodded. You're right. Lu Yin looked at the stars again. It's my turn. Master Lu, where did you learn the transformation of the 9 skies? Yu Lao asked bluntly. This was the main reason he had invited Lu Yin to the Wisdom Sky domain. It was very important. The 9th spirit was also curious and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and faced the two. Yushan taught me. Yu Lao and the 9th spirit were taken aback. They looked at each other and their expressions darkened. Master Lu, rules are rules. No lying. I'm not lying. It was Yushan who taught me, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao was unhappy. The transformation of the 9 skies requires opening the 9 skies. How can Yushan open the 9 skies for you? You think I don't know anything? Lu Yin was puzzled. How do you know I need to open the 9 skies? Previously he had pushed Yu Lao to the front when facing Sovereign Wu. However, he did not know whether Yu Lao knew about the transformation of the 9 skies. You don't have to care about how I know. Master Lu, please answer truthfully. I've arranged this conversation for you and you've already gotten the answer you wanted. If you continue to lie, you'll lose your grace, Yu Lao said. Lu Yin sighed. Then I'll change my answer. He faced Yu Lao and said, I learned it from Yushan. As for opening the 9 skies, it's just a battle technique. I can open the 9 skies myself. Yu Lao looked deeply at Lu Yin. Clearly he did not believe him. The 9th spirit said lazily, Is there still a need to talk? If not, I'm leaving. Yu Lao stopped her. Since Master Lu is unwilling to answer, I won't ask any more. Change the question. Wait, I've already said it and it's the truth. Why change the question? Lu Yin refused. He was indeed speaking the truth. The more Yu Lao and the others did not believe him, the more he wanted to continue the conversation. This was because they understood the transformation of the 9 skies too well. The transformation of the 9 skies was Yu Sang Sky's ultimate technique. How could Yu Lao and the others understand it so well? It was fine if they understood it, but why were they so sure that they could not open the 9 skies themselves? It was as if they had experienced it before. This was a problem. Could it be that the transformation of the 9 skies did not belong to Xianxia? Yu Lao said in a low voice, Master Lu, I've treated you with sincerity. Lu Yin slammed his palm on the table. The wine cup was knocked over and the wine dripped down the table. Old man, I can't believe you can say that. Treat you with sincerity? How about the Boulder's Dao discussion? Yu Lao's expression changed and he was speechless. The 9th spirit laughed heartily. She laughed until she was out of breath, which attracted the attention of the two. Interesting, very interesting. Old man, your wisdom sky region boasted that you're 1 generation ahead of the current era. Your wisdom tops the universe and you've seen the ups and downs of the sea. Even when Xianxia explicitly ruled that you could not obtain the position of Xianxia, you still did not lose your composure. What's going on now? Are you angry? Ha! The 9th spirit laughed heartily. Yuao was truly angered. Ever since he had met Lu Yin, his words and actions had been countered. He knew that this person was a scoundrel and was lying, but he could not expose him. The most hateful thing about this person was that he used his martial prowess to gain the upper hand, making it difficult for Yu Lao to act. How many years had it been since the Wisdom Sky region had been so oppressed? Being suppressed by Yu Sangtian was one thing, but now this person had appeared. He was mentally and physically exhausted and found it difficult to deal with. Alright, continue. I'm interested. Wu Sangtian, you're right. Go ahead and ask. The 9th spirit was very happy that Yu Lao had been defeated. She looked at Lu Yin, her eyes curved into crescents. Wait, you're the one asking him, Yu Lao reminded her. The 9th spirit slapped her head. I forgot. The after effects of this wine are quite strong. She put down the wine flask and looked at Lu Yin with a faint smile. How can I find Fengbua? The elegance of sun and moon. Lu Yin said, find the eternity and you can find Fengbua's whereabouts. He was not lying. Indeed, finding the eternity would reveal that Fengbua was dead. His death was also a type of whereabouts. The 9th spirit was puzzled. The eternity is? Yu Lao was about to say something but Lu Yin stopped him. I'll answer this question. Old man, if you say it, then this conversation ends here. Yu Lao looked at the 9th spirit and then at Lu Yin. Alright, ask. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. The Wisdom Sky region is not part of the spiritualized universe, right? After saying this, he specially reminded, don't forget the rules. Speak the truth. Yu Lao exhaled deeply and his tone calmed down. The 9th spirit's mockery had calmed him down. There were some things that he did not need to hide, but there were some things that he would not say. Change the question. Lu Yin asked, Yu Sangtian and your Wisdom Sky region are both part of the 9 heavens universe, right? Yu Lao's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Yin silently. Lu Yin suddenly smiled and poured himself more wine. Old man, answer me properly and I'll help you get some information from the 9th spirit. No one loses out. How about that? The 9th spirit was stunned. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao glanced at the 9th spirit and nodded. Alright, I'll answer you. Yu Sangtian belongs to the spiritualized universe, but the Wisdom Sky region does not. Lu Yin understood and turned to look at the 9th spirit. Other than finding Count of the Wind, do you have any other motives for coming to the spiritualized universe? Yu Lao looked at the 9th spirit. He was more concerned about this question. This Lu Yin had finally kept his word for once and had not lied to him. He had asked the question that he wanted to hear. The 9th spirit laughed. 2 grown men ready to bully a little girl like me? Please answer truthfully. Don't forget the rules, Lu Yin reminded. Yu Lao coughed and also reminded her. Keep your word. The 9th spirit was helpless. Retribution has come to me so quickly. It did not matter if she answered this question or not. If she answered, she had to speak the truth. If she did not answer, she would be deceiving herself. No. Yu Lao's eyes twitched. Impossible. The 9th spirit looked at Yu Lao unkindly. What do you mean? Are you saying that I did not keep my word? Yu Lao stared at the 9th spirit. How can you not have any other motives? Lu Yin was unhappy. Old man, why don't you trust anyone? Look, is this my fault? It's you, old man, who thinks you're smart and filled in the answers yourself. Yu Lao looked at the 9th spirit and then at Lu Yin. Why did he feel like he had been played? Chapter 36:24. The 9th spirit said disdainfully, the longer you live, the more cunning you become. You don't even know how many answers you have thought of, and when you can't match them, you accuse others of lying. Shameless. Lu Yin agreed. Shameless indeed. The foolish old was helpless. Both of you, I have lost my composure. Let us continue. Now it was his turn to ask questions. He did not want the discussion to fail. That would be even worse. Lu Yin glanced at the ninth spirit. Actually, he did not believe her words. Did this woman come from the nine heavens universe with no other purpose? How could that be? At this point in the conversation, it was hard to tell who was speaking the truth and who was lying. Although the foolish old was always at a disadvantage, he was actually very cunning. The foolish old pondered for a moment and asked Lu Yin, "How much does Master Lu know about the nine heavens universe? Tell me the truth." Lu Yin knew he was going to ask this. Actually, not much. In the Tianyuan universe there is a guy called Count of the Wind. He is my enemy and he used the battle technique of the god of defense. At this point he deliberately looked at the foolish old. The foolish old's expression did not change. He was no stranger to the god of defense. At that time I did not think much of it. But after I fought against Xianxia in the South Turing world and saw the Scroll 16 spiritual treasure array, I remembered that the spiritual treasure array gave me a similar feeling to the battle technique of the god of defense. Especially. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. I saw the portrait of Count of the Wind in the ninth spirit's valley. That was when I realized that there must be a reason. I also tested the ninth spirit and the battle technique she used gave me the same feeling. Right, the existence of Scroll 15 was told to me by the Plain Master sect. The foolish old did not refute this time. Lu Yin's words were reasonable. He did not really know about the existence of the nine heavens universe. He only knew that there was a place where Count of the Wind and the ninth spirit had both walked out. And that place was connected to Scroll 15 and Scroll 16, which led to this conversation. Not only that, the ninth spirit said. The foolish old looked at Lu Yin. The day of the sacrifice spirit is the source of Master Lu's suspicion. Lu Yin nodded. This is also the question I want to ask next. What does that strange scene represent? Master Lu, I will not answer to this question, the foolish old man said. The ninth spirit also shook her head. I don't understand either. It has nothing to do with me. It's my turn. You know what I want to ask. Lu Yin replied, the Eternal is the ruler of my Tianyuan universe's eternal tribe. Xianxia, how could you not know about the eternal tribe? The ninth spirit thought for a moment. The eternal tribe that collaborated with the spiritualized universe against the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin nodded. The ninth spirit sighed. I was wondering why his name sounded so familiar. So it's him. Suddenly her eyes glittered. So the one who took Feng Bo away from the continent of the nine clouds was eternal? Lu Yin smiled. Is this your third question? Sure. The ninth spirit's face was slightly red, but her eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Lu Yin shrugged. Then think about it again. I don't know the answer to this question either. After he finished speaking, he looked at foolish old man. What's behind the gate of arts? Yu Lao said, I don't know, ask another question. Do you really not know or do you not want to answer? Yu Lao poured wine for Lu Yin. Is this considered a problem? Not really, Lu Yin denied and changed the topic. Tell me about the Nina Firmament's universe. Yu Lao laughed. If I want to answer this question completely, it will take too long. I can tell you about someone or something that can affect you, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao and waited quietly. Yu Lao looked up into the sky. With your current strength, Master Lu, there are very few who can affect you. Even in the Nina Firmament's universe, they are at a certain peak. This peak is the Nina Firmament's universe. The Nina Firmament's universe has 4 upper and 5 lower deities. There are 4 superior deities and 5 inferior deities. I cannot tell you their names, but I can tell you that Xianxia is one of the inferior deities. Lu Yin was surprised. Isn't Xianxia part of the spiritualized universe? Yu Lao nodded. As this is a gift. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Gift? What a gift. The great Xianxia was actually given a gift. He was at the peak of bitter adversity, an absolute powerhouse who had swept through 3 universes and forced the Tianyuan universe to reverse time. If Xianxia was an inferior deity, then... Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao in shock. Yu Lao bitterly said, seems like Master Lu has guessed correctly. Can't say you guessed it right. At that level, anything we say might be taboo. Therefore there are some things that cannot be said and some people's names cannot be mentioned. Immortal. Lu Yin guessed that the 4 superior deities were all at the immortal realm. Only they could suppress Xianxia. Was this true? It was not surprising that there were immortal realms in the Ninafirmament's universe. Lu Yin had guessed that the figure he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit was an immortal realm cultivator. But 4 immortal realms? This was unimaginable. One grass grandmaster had forced the Tianyuan universe into a corner, and no one could touch him directly. If there were 4, Lu Yin's mouth was dry. He looked up at the sky. So this was the gift. Only immortal realm cultivators could do such a thing. Is the superior deity or inferior deity behind the Zhikong region? Lu Yin asked. Yu Lao looked at the 9th spirit, implying that it was time for Lu Yin to ask her. Lu Yin looked at the 9th spirit. On the day of the sacrifice spirit I saw a person. Was that person a superior deity? Initial evolution. The 9th spirit nodded. Yes. Who? The 9th spirit was amused. Do you know his name? Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Was Grass Grandmaster also a superior deity? He looked at Yu Lao wanting to ask, but Yu Lao spoke first. It's my turn. Yu Xianxia has been to the Tianyuan universe, right? The 9th spirit was surprised. Yu Xianxia has been to the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. You have asked this question before. But you did not answer directly. Right, I will answer. As he has been there. Yu Lao was not surprised. That is why Wu Jiang came to the spiritualized universe like a moth to a flame. Your hatred for the spiritualized universe does not only originate from the origin, but also from Yu Xianxia. But I do not understand. If Yu Xianxia has been to the Tianyuan universe and brought you hatred, why are you still alive? When did Yu Xianxia go to the Tianyuan universe? The 9th spirit asked. Lu Yin answered, just a few decades before Wu Jiang reached the spiritualized universe. After speaking he looked at Yu Lao. What does the Ninafirmament's universe want from the spiritualized universe? Yu Lao's gaze turned cold. I will not answer such a question. Lu Yin said, the intelligence's domain is an era ahead of the spiritualized universe, not because you are smart, but because everything in the spiritualized universe comes from the Ninafirmament's universe. The Ninafirmament's universe made the spiritualized universe. Rather than saying that the intelligence's domain saw the future, it would be more accurate to say that the future was set by the intelligence's domain. And Yu Xianxia did not allow the spiritualized universe to be completely controlled by the intelligence's domain, so he did not allow the intelligence's domain to succeed. Is that a question? Yu Lao asked. Lu Yin shook his head. It is the answer. You do not need to answer. I have a general understanding of the situation, but there is something I would like to ask. Is it true that the spiritualized universe did not restart the Tianyuan universe or the consciousness universe because the spiritualized universe did not have enough powerhouses? When Lu Yin had spoken with Yu Lao, he had told Lu Yin that the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe had not been restarted because the spiritualized universe did not have enough powerhouses. They needed to reach a certain level of saturation before metamorphosing, bringing the spiritualized universe to an unprecedented height. For this, generations of people had sacrificed themselves and waited without hesitation. Now it seemed that this answer was obviously false. Yu Lao said, this old man cannot answer this question directly, but I can tell you one thing. He paused for a moment as he hesitated. Lu Yin did not rush him and just waited like that. Yu Lao drank a mouthful of wine and said in a low voice, there are only 3 supreme deities. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he instantly understood. At the same time he also understood why Yu Lao did not believe that the 9th spirit did not have a purpose in coming to the spiritualized universe. Supreme deities were at the eternal life realm while lesser deities were at the perfect bitter disaster realm. Now one supreme deity was missing and there were only 3. This meant that 5 lesser deities could fight for this position, but they had to break through to the eternal life realm first. In other words, whoever broke through to the eternal life realm would be the next supreme deity. It was not that Yu Xianxia did not want to restart the universe and break through to the eternal life realm, but he could not restart the universe under the gaze of the other 4 lesser deities. Yu Lao's words also allowed him to hear the answer to his previous question. Previously he had asked Yu Lao whether the intelligence's domain was backed by a supreme deity or a lesser deity. However, Yu Lao had already asked a question at that time and Yu Lao had not answered. Now Lu Yin was sure that the supreme deity behind Yu Lao and the ninth spirit were both supreme deities. Because they were both supreme deities, he did not believe that the ninth spirit did not have a purpose in coming to the spiritualized universe. Their purpose was to help the supreme deities behind them and fight for the only supreme deity's position. However, another question appeared. What was going on with the tiny spiritual universe? If Yu Xian controlled a tiny spiritual universe and could break through to the eternal life realm, why would he wait until now? He could have broken through to the eternal life realm and become a supreme deity long ago. What was he waiting for? Suddenly, another question popped up in Lu Yin's mind. Was the tiny spiritual universe a universe of its own? Was what Yuanqi had heard true? When Yuanqi had first arrived in the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin had thought that he could use the tiny spiritual universe to force Yu Xian to not act. If the tiny spiritual universe was really that important, Yu Xian would not have let Yuanqi stay in the Tianyuan universe for so long. At that time, Yuanqi's explanation was that Xianxia was extremely important, but the various things that had happened in the spiritualized universe made Lu Yin realize that Xianxia might not be that important. Xianxia himself was important and someone needed to occupy that position. However, the person who occupied that position might not be that important. If Yu Xian was willing, he could go to the Tianyuan universe to kill Yuanqi. However, Yuanqi had been alive until now. This was a paradox. What was going on with the tiny spiritual universe? Did the foolish old man and the ninth spirit, these two people from the nine heavens universe, know about the existence of Little Ling universe? Lu Yin looked at the two of them. Chapter 36:25. The two were also looking at him. They did not disturb Lu Yin's thoughts. The longer Lu Yin pondered, the more he knew. Especially just now, they had seen a look of shock in Lu Yin's eyes. What was that shock for? The fight for the superior deity was a matter for Yu Xian. Lu Yin only knew the reason why Yu Xian had not reopened the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness. That shock must have been for other reasons. A reason that they might not even know. Even if you do not tell me the name of the person behind you, I can guess that you all represent a lesser immortal. Lu Yin stared at the ninth spirit. Can you yourselves take the initiative to contact the lesser immortal you represent? The ninth spirit and the foolish old man looked at each other. Contact? Change the question, the ninth spirit answered. Although he did not answer, he still answered. The ninth spirit suddenly smiled and looked at the foolish old man. Is this the answer you wanted to hear? The foolish old man did not understand. What do you mean? The ninth spirit looked at the foolish old man. Let's ask each other a question. Can you contact the person behind you? The foolish old man was calm. What about you? Can you contact him? Lu Yin did not interrupt. The ninth spirit had asked him to change the question, which meant that he could contact her. However, at this moment she was conversing with the foolish old man in such a manner. Was her answer for him or was it for the foolish old man? Could the foolish old man contact the person behind him? This question disturbed Lu Yin's thoughts. Lu Yin could not be sure if the ninth spirit had answered. Perhaps this was the ninth spirit's goal, but perhaps it was not so simple. I'm different from you. I came to the spiritualized universe for no other reason than revenge, the ninth spirit said. The foolish old man laughed. Is that so? I'm only here to watch Yu Xian for the nine heavens universe. That's all. You can watch Yu Xian. Even if Yu Xian does not give face to the Zhikong domain, he has to give face to the person behind me. After all, he was only given a favor. The ninth spirit swirled the wine pot, her eyes drunk. So you can definitely contact him. The foolish old man looked at the ninth spirit deeply. You can contact him. Just the person behind me can't stop Yu Xian. The ninth spirit smiled radiantly and turned to Lu Yin. Look, I found an answer for you and one more. But you said that we should change the question. This is a conversation between you and the old man, so it doesn't count as an answer. The ninth spirit snorted. Petty man. Lu Yin looked at her and continued to ask, how can I go to Ninefall universe? The ninth spirit was surprised. You want to go to the nine heavens universe? Why? I'm the one asking you, Lu Yin reminded her. The ninth spirit was helpless. You can't go. Only the nine heavens universe can take you in. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you can't go. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao nodded. Lu Yin replied, all right, then I'll change the question. Hold on. The ninth spirit was displeased. She glared at Lu Yin. Not going is also the answer. My question is, how do we get there? The ninth spirit said, you can only go if you are received. That's a more accurate answer. Little brat, don't be so shameless. You are so young and have no morals at all. Even Miao Huang is better than you. Then she stood up. I'm not going to argue with you. You don't have anything I want to know. I'm leaving. Oh right. Before she left, she stared at Lu Yin. You owe me a question. Lu Yin and Yu Lao watched the ninth spirit leave. Before she left, she took the wine on the table. Only Yu Lao and Lu Yin were left in the reed marsh. Yu Lao took out another bottle of wine. Do you want to continue or end? Lu Yin said, I still owe you a question. I'll leave once I'm done. What? I don't have anything you want to know. Yes, and a lot. Yu Lao was puzzled. Then why don't you continue? Lu Yin took a sip of wine. Some questions don't need to be asked. You will have the answer. Yu Lao smiled. All right, I'll ask you one last question. He put down the wine pot and stared at Lu Yin. What is your cultivation? Lu Yin was surprised. That simple? Yu Lao nodded. That's simple. It was a simple question, but it was the most difficult question for Lu Yin to answer today. Lu Yin was almost invincible in the spiritualized realm. Other than Xianxia, no one could fight with him. Now even spiritualized cultivators thought that even Xianxia might not be able to win against Lu Yin. Such a person was only in the progenitor realm. How shocking would it be? What kind of change would it bring if he broke through the sequence of laws and broke through to the primordial realm? Others didn't even dare to think about it. But this was the truth. Lu Yin was in the progenitor realm. It was an undeniable fact. Many powerhouses could see that Lu Yin was in the progenitor realm, but they didn't believe it. How could a mere progenitor defeat Xianxia? Could he defeat a supreme emperor? Did he make them think that even Xianxia might not be able to win? Impossible. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. He finished the wine in his cup and left. Before his figure disappeared, two words entered Yu Lao's ears. Progenitor realm. Yu Lao sat on the boat without any expression. He drank cup after cup until the sky was completely dark. He didn't leave. No one knew what he was thinking. After Lu Yin left Jikong domain, he returned to 100 Herb domain. He wanted to see Rumu. It was time to talk to this person from Royal God Mountain. Before the ninth spirit left, she had exchanged a message with Qing Yun and Qing Shao. Only he had heard this message. Yu Lao hadn't heard it. The Nine Heavens universe had been watching the spiritualized universe. The changes in the spiritualized universe couldn't escape the Nine Heavens universe's surveillance. The Nine Heavens universe might send someone to get close to Lu Yin and determine whether to keep him in the spiritualized universe or bring him to the Nine Heavens universe. Throughout history, there were many powerhouses who were brought to the Nine Heavens universe. When Lu Yin heard this news, the first person he thought of was Ru Mu. Although Ru Mu came from Royal God Mountain and her cultivation was very low, Lu Yin thought of her for some reason. It was just like when he was facing the opening of the Nine Heavens. He had a premonition that prevented him from opening the Nine Heavens in the starry sky in his heart. Ever since he comprehended the way of karma, he would always have a strange premonition, even if this premonition was without reason. Was Royal God Mountain the Nine Heavens universe? Of course not. How could a mere spiritual warrior like Ru Mu represent the Nine Heavens universe? But Lu Yin still thought of Ru Mu. It didn't make sense. Since that was the case, he might as well talk to Ru Mu. After being by his side for so long, it was time to make things clear. At this moment, Lu Yin wasn't the only one who thought of Ru Mu. A group of people also thought of Ru Mu. It was Zhou Xian and the others. Zhou Xian and the others came to the 100 Herbs territory to use the power of the Boundless territory to deal with Royal God Mountain. When they arrived at the Boundless territory, they couldn't enter because Lu Yin hadn't returned yet. They could only wait. While waiting, Zhou Yin remembered that Ru Mu was Lu Yin's maid and mentioned this matter. When Zhou Qian heard this, his expression immediately changed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Qian scolded angrily. Zhou Yin felt wronged. I just remembered. With a slap, Zhou Yin was slapped in the face. He was stunned and stared blankly at Zhou Qian. Why was his father acting like his grandfather? Zhou Qian's expression was gloomy. This was troublesome. Ru Mu was Lu Songtian's maid. Did this mean that the Ru family had been in contact with the Boundless territory for a long time? Wasn't this walking into a trap? If he had thought of this earlier, he wouldn't have come to the boundless territory to ask for help. If things went wrong, not only would the royal god mountain be attracted, but the boundless territory as well. He knew what kind of person Lu Xianxia was. When dealing with such a person, unless one's strength was close, there was no way to reason with him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhou Xian raised his hand and slapped him again. This time Zhou Yin was watching. When he saw Zhou Qian's expression change, he took a step back and stepped aside. He decided to equate his father's and grandfather's danger levels in the future. Zhou Qian's slap hit nothing but air. Just like Zhou Rui, he stopped slapping. He found that he liked this feeling. No wonder his father would slap him for no reason. You usually stare at this beauty and that beauty, but when it comes to a critical moment you can't even think of Rumu. What's the use of having you? Zhou Qian was furious. Zhou Yin didn't dare to talk back. Now we can leave now. It's not too late. Zhou Qian sighed. I don't know how to explain this to my father. Let's go. With that, he was about to leave with the group. At this time a voice rang out. You're looking for me? Zhou Qian and the others looked up and saw Lu Yin standing in the void. Their expressions turned ugly. Why didn't he come back earlier or later? Why did he have to come back now? Lu Yin had just returned when he saw the group outside the boundless region. There were many cultivators gathered outside, either wanting to meet or join the boundless region. There were too many people and Lu Yin couldn't meet all of them. However, the Zhou territory was different. They were valuable. Not long after, above the boundless region, Lu Yin met with Zhou Qian alone. Zhou Qian wanted to deal with Lu Yin casually and congratulate Lu Xianxia on defeating Emperor Wu, but under Lu Yin's pressure he finally told him about the Zhou territory. The invisible pressure made him want to lie on the ground and reply. How could he hide it? Lu Yin looked at him. The Imperial God Mountain infiltrated the Zhou territory so ruthlessly, and you didn't know it all? Zhou Qian was bitter. No one thought that the Imperial God Mountain would take the path of marriage. They've been planning for many years. We were focused on building ships and didn't think about that. Rukin is too vicious. He's really like a silkworm. He's slowly eating away at people's hearts. If we knew this, the Zhou territory would have sealed itself and not given him a chance. Lu Yin asked, what's Rukan's cultivation? Zhou Qian respectfully replied, Spirit Realm. He's a big shot in the Ru family. He's in charge of the Ru family's external affairs. How much do you know about the Ru family? The Ru family? The Ru family is the strongest family in the Imperial God Mountain. They're the spokesperson of the Imperial God Mountain. Almost all of the Imperial God Mountain's external affairs are done by the Ru family. Other than that, we don't know much. The Imperial God Mountain represents the Imperial God Mountain. Other than the 7 major forces, the rest rarely deal with the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin asked Yuanqi about the Imperial God Mountain, but Yuanqi didn't know much. Before knowing about the Little Ling universe, Yuanqi didn't pay much attention to the Imperial God Mountain. It was normal for the Imperial God Mountain to control spacetime and nurture many experts. No matter how many experts there were, it only showed how powerful the Imperial God Mountain was. Chapter 36-26. With Yu Xianxia behind them, no one would dare to provoke them. Of course, they were not too high profile in the spiritualized universe. Their status was special and they always maintained a cold attitude. Lu Yin needed to go to them to feel the little spiritual universe and get closer to an action. Unfortunately, outsiders could not enter the mountain. This was their biggest rule. Other than that, they did not have marriage connections with the outside world. For countless years, no one had ever entered the mountain. This had become common knowledge in the spiritualized universe. Wait here, Lu Yin said before leaving. Zhou Qian's gaze was complicated. What would happen to Zhou Yu? He did not know either. The moment he confessed to Lu Yin, he was desperate. His previous thinking was too simple. He thought that he could use Wu Jiang to drive them away and then wait for Wu Jiang to be surrounded and killed. At the same time, he would report to Sky Beyond. It would be great if things could go so smoothly. Only by facing Lu Yin and ascending to Wu Jiang could he feel an indescribable aura. Besieging Wu Jiang was easy to say, but it was not something they should consider. Looking into the depths of Wu Jiang, Zhou Qian felt like he was looking into an abyss. On the other side, Lu Yin found Rumu. Rumu was looking curiously at the squirming quilt in front of her. He had been staring at this person for a long time. It was really interesting. Jiangqi was speechless. Can you not get too close? Why, you're so cold. Rumu smiled playfully. Xianxi's voice was dry with hesitation and helplessness. I don't smell good here. Rumu was very natural. I don't care. Can you come out? It's boring to hide in the quilt. Xianxi was nervous. No, I can't. I'm afraid of sunlight. You have a guilty conscience. That's not what I meant. Xianxi hid in the quilt and peeked at Rumu. This girl was so beautiful that she was glowing. Compared to her, he was too sloppy and did not even have the right to get close. Not far away, Lu Yin had his hands behind his back. Coincidentally, he was looking for both of them. Xianxi, the person hiding in the quilt, could resist karma. To a certain extent, this person was even more mysterious. But there was nothing strange about dragging him out of the quilt. Besides, there was nothing strange about the quilt itself. Afraid of light, psychological problems, what else could it be? Rumu turned back and was happy to see Lu Yin. Master, you're back. Under the blanket, Xianxi said respectfully, Greetings, Lu Sengmun. Lu Yin grunted and told Xianxi, Go play by yourself. Xianxi hid in the quilt and squirmed away. She jumped in front of Lu Yin and smiled sweetly. Master, that person is very interesting. Can you pull him out of the blanket? When Xianxi heard this, he quickly moved faster. He wanted to take a bath and tidy up his hair. Lu Yin looked at Rumu. Everyone has their own lives. Don't disturb others. Ru. Lu Yin looked at her. You've changed so much since the first time we met. You're still the same person. Rumu said with a smile. When does the head of the household like me? Lu Yin looked at Rumu. She was supposed to be a very calm person, but at this moment she had a liveliness that was the complete opposite of her temperament. She was charming and quick-witted. If one didn't look at the person, their personalities would definitely be different. Could it be that he had two personalities like Yener? Why did you stay by my side? Lu Yin asked indifferently. Rumu's expression changed and said respectfully, monitoring the head of the house for Imperial Spirit Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Rumu. What else? No, Rumu replied. Lu Yin frowned. That's not what you said back in the Zhikong domain. Rumu looked at Lu Yin and revealed a bitter smile. It was no longer as sweet as before. I could bring you to Royal God Mountain back then, but I can't go now. Why? Master is too powerful. The Royal God Mountain can't hold on. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? There's nothing we can do about it. This is fate. Who told the leader to be so powerful? Even Imperial God Mountain didn't expect this. Rumu was helpless. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Rumu's neck and lifted her up. Rumu did not resist. Against Lu Yin, resistance was meaningless. Are you really Rumu? Yes. Rugua's daughter. Yes. Why does Elder Yu trust you? Rumu was unable to answer, her face flushed red. Lu Yin let go and let Rumu fall. She kept coughing and it took a while for her to recover. The Ru family is the Zhikong domain's spy in Royal God Mountain. Rumu exhaled. Lu Yin was surprised. The Ru family is the Zhikong domain's spy? Didn't you say that you work for Xianxia? Rumu rubbed her neck. There were clear handprints on her delicate skin. She pulled open her clothes, not caring that Lu Yin was in front of her, revealing her snow-white skin. I don't know why, but neither Xianxia nor the Zhikong domain explained. It's as if both sides tacitly agreed that Royal God Mountain must have a spy from the Zhikong domain. Xianxia did not do anything to the Ru family because of this. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that this was the reason why Xianxia could not restart the Little Spirit universe. The people behind the Zhikong domain were obstructing Xianxia. They had deliberately planted the Ru family in Royal God Mountain because they knew about the existence of the Little Spirit universe? No, not necessarily. They could also be watching Xianxia's every move. Using the Ru family as a spy so brazenly must be the work of the god of defense behind the Zhikong domain. Xianxia was helpless. Back then you said that you could take me to Royal God Mountain. If I had wanted to go back then, would I have been able to go? Rumu said, yes. Lu Yin smiled. It seems that the Ru family was confident that they could suppress me back then. Rumu did not refute. The Lu Yin back then was completely different from the Lu Yin now. He was comparable to Xianxia or at most Emperor Wu, who had not cultivated the transformation of the 9 heavens. But now Lu Yin was comparable to Xianxia. No one knew what would happen if such a person was brought to Royal God Mountain. This was not only the Ru family's feeling but also Yu Xianxia's. Yu Xianxia did not expect Lu Yin to transform so much after coming to the spiritualized universe. If he had gone to the Tianyuan universe and met Lu Yin with his current strength, would he have been able to slaughter the above heaven sect so recklessly? Lu Yin could understand the Ru family's fear. Rumu was also here and could not escape. Otherwise she would have run away long ago. Your father is also ruthless. He doesn't care about your life at all. Lu Yin sighed. Rumu smiled. I still have value to the head. He won't kill me, right? Not necessarily. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Rumu was helpless. If he really wants to kill me, then I will betray Royal God Mountain and bring the head there. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. You are willing to bring me there? Rumu nodded and smiled sweetly. Royal God Mountain clearly said that I am not allowed to bring the head there. But if I am going to die, why should I listen? Head, if I bring you there, will you let me join Royal God Mountain? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you know that the reason I am not killing you is not because you have value or because you can bring me to Royal God Mountain? Then why? Rumu was confused. Lu Yin looked into her eyes, wanting to see something. That premonition was the reason that stopped him from killing Rumu. Was Rumu sent to his side by the Jiuxiao universe? If so, what was the relationship between Royal God Mountain and the Jiuxiao universe? Or was Rumu simply chosen by the Jiuxiao universe? Or was it the Ru family? If the Ru family was related to the Zhikong territory, then was Rumu's arrival related to the royal god behind the Zhikong territory? Although Rumu kept saying that she wanted to betray Royal God Mountain, it was actually very difficult to get information from her. He might not really know. Compared to Rumu, the ninth spirit knew things more easily. Lu Yin was interested in the Royal God Mountain in the Jiuxiao universe. They were strong enough to rival Yu Xianxian. If he killed one of them, he wondered if he could replace him. This Jiuxiao universe was equivalent to controlling a spiritualized universe. If he could become a royal god in the Jiuxiao universe, would he be able to resolve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin thought about it. The more he understood these universes, the more he felt that his power was insignificant. The ones who could really decide the situation were the Eternal Life realm. He hoped that one day he could resolve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe and help Mr. Mu return to his hometown. He could help the lost race return to their galaxy. He could do many things. Rumu stood quietly to the side, watching Lu Yin in a trance. After a while, Lu Yin raised his arm and looked at his hands. Karma spiraled at his fingertips and he threw it at Rumu. Rumu could not avoid it. He could not see it. Karma spiraled through and Lu Yin saw strands of karma colliding with each other. He saw Rumu's past and even her secrets. Rumu blinked and stood where she was, motionless. The karma spiraling dissipated and Lu Yin said, Ru Kan. You're familiar with him, right? Rumu nodded. My father adopted him. He is much older than me. He specializes in handling external affairs for the Ru family. Contact Ru Kan and let the Arc region return to normal. Arc region? Rumu was curious. Does the head want to help the Arc region? Lu Yin said, if he wants to stay alive, do as I say. At least show him his value. Understood. Rest assured, head. You will not dare to disobey me. Also, Lu Yin's gaze was deep. How many battleships are there in the spiritualized universe that can travel through time? Rumu thought about it. 6. Only 6. Lu Yin had thought that there were many. It was no wonder that there had only been one battleship during the expedition to the Tianyuan universe. Most of the battleships made by the Arc region can only fly in the current universe or travel through parallel universes. Some battleships can only withstand the springboard for a limited number of times. For example, they will be useless after one round trip. There are many such battleships, but they cannot truly travel through the universe. There are only 6 battleships that can withstand the springboard's power and have a lifespan, Rumu explained. Lu Yin looked at her and ordered, transfer these battleships back to the Arc region. Say that they are being maintained. Maintained. Rumu was stunned. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. There were 500 time microarrays here. He decided to use the Ru family's ostensible control of the Arc region to install these time microarrays into the battleships. It did not matter if he did not use them, but if he did. Chapter 36:27. Every battleship was equipped with 80 time microarrays, each of which had the power of a progenitor's full-strength attack. If 80 progenitors unleashed their full strength at the same time, even a sequence-low realm powerhouse would be stunned. Not every battleship had a primordial realm powerhouse overseeing it. In the past, Lu Yin had been thinking about where to place these time microarrays, and now he had finally figured it out. Thankfully, Zhou Xian and the others had arrived, which had made him think of this. As for whether or not they would be discovered, time microarrays had never appeared in the spiritualized universe, and they had been installed by the boat district, so it was almost impossible to discover them. Even if they were discovered, it would be the Ru family's problem. It had nothing to do with them. Lord Cheng's method of detonating sourcebox arrays at any time was very similar to time microarrays. As it was Lord Cheng, Ru Mu acted very quickly, directly using a spirit cloud stone to contact Ru Kan, who did not hesitate to contact the boat district. In a short time, the boat district had changed, returning to its former bustling state. Zhou Rui gazed at the distant battleships with a complicated expression. A single sentence had resolved the boat district's difficulties. This was the power of a powerhouse. After so many years, had he gone in the wrong direction? Now that he thought about it, his family had only been able to control the boat district because of his own strength. The strong decided everything. Relying on Beyond Heaven was not necessarily safe. When Zhou Qian and the others returned and saw the same scene as before, they heaved a sigh of relief. Father, has Ru Kan given in? The Zhou family looked outside. They've finally started work. Wait, we'll get rid of them one by one. Nearly half of the cultivators have stopped working. We really can't do anything about it, but with our boat district's resources, we can replace them all before long. These traitorous bastards. Hearing the discussions, some people had even thought of how to deal with the cultivators. Zhou Qian looked at Zhou Rui's back and felt uneasy. Father, is there a problem? Zhou Yin carefully tugged at his mother's sleeve. Is there a problem with Beyond Heaven? Qiu Shuang shook her head. No, I've already explained the situation to Lady Lan. It's the same as what we discussed before. Lady Lan understands and told us to pay attention to our own safety. Then why is grandfather like this? Everyone realized that something was wrong with Zhou Rui. In the past, no matter what happened, he would either be furious or cursing. He had never been so calm. This was the reason why many had called him Barbarian Zhou. At this moment, however, he was truly different. The boat region is no longer surnamed Boat. The boat helm said in a low voice. Zhou Qian and the others were shocked. Father, what do you mean? His eyes flashed. Could it be Wu Jiang is here? In their plan, Wu Jiang should compete with the Royal God Mountain for the boat domain. However, as soon as he explained the situation to Lu Sangtian, the boat domain was restored soon after. Lu Sangtian also told him that he could go back with peace of mind. Although it was not in line with the plan, he was happy to see the boat domain restored. But now it seemed that things were far from over. If Wu Jiang really came and replaced the Imperial God Mountain, it would only be worse. Announced to the public that the Frozen Opportunity would has been upgraded. All Spacetime class battleships have been recalled. Maintenance has been upgraded and their service life has been increased. Zhou Qian frowned. The Frozen Opportunity would has leveled up? After he finished speaking, he took a step back. His father's words could not be questioned. If he did, he would be slapped. It was a conditioned reflex. But this time the expected slap did not appear. The ship's back was still facing everyone. Recall the Spacetime class battleship immediately. There is no time to waste. The Spacetime class battleship was a battleship that could withstand the power of the springboard. There were many spiritualized battleships. Among them, there was a batch that could only withstand the power of the springboard once. This type of battleship was called the shuttle class. For example, after a trip to the consciousness universe, it would be useless when it returned to the spiritualized universe. Some would even be useless when it returned to Torch City. There were many such battleships and the materials used were extremely precious. The one that Kai Jun had taken to return to the spiritualized universe was a shuttle-class battleship. Qing Yun and the others had also taken a shuttle-class battleship. Upon returning, it was destroyed. After being inspected at Sky Beyond Sky, it was towed to the boat domain to be dismantled. As for Wu Huang, the Ninth Spirit, and the others, they had taken Spacetime-class battleships. They were not limited by the number of trips and could continuously withstand the power of the springboard. When Yi Shang, Bao Qi, and the others had gone to the Tianyuan universe, they had taken the same type of battleship. Wu Jiang and the Bone ship were Spacetime-class battleships. There were very few such battleships. The main reason was that the materials used were too rare and difficult to manufacture. This was also one of the conditions that limited the spiritualized universe's expedition to the consciousness universe. Otherwise, the consciousness universe would not have lasted until now if countless battleships had attacked it. The boat helm did not know why Rukan wanted them to recall the space-time class battleships. He only knew that Wu Jiang had indeed interfered, but the one controlling the boat domain was still Rukan. He did not know whether Rukan's order had come from himself or Lu Sangtian. All he knew was that the boat domain was no longer the same as before. In Wu Jiang, Lu Yin stood at the edge of the desert of forgetfulness and looked into the distance. Every time Jiang Qi spoke to Rumu, he would come to the desert of forgetfulness. It was as if he felt that the sand could cleanse his body of filth. Karma had been repelled by him, so it was ineffective. Then what about the azure sword that had clashed with karma? Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived in front of Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi looked up and saw Lu Yin. He immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master." Lu Yin waved his hand, and the azure sword suddenly appeared and slashed at Jiang Qi. The azure sword appeared quickly, but it was very slow. It was so slow that Jiang Qi had enough time to see it clearly, think, or even dodge. However, Jiang Qi did not dodge. He just stared blankly at the azure sword, unable to move. The sword of heaven came down, bringing despair to Jiang Qi that he had never felt before. He couldn't figure out why the third boss would attack him when he was just burying himself in the sand. Wu Yin stared at Jiang Qi and watched as the azure sword slashed down and struck the blanket, but nothing happened. The azure sword disappeared and so did Lu Yin. Jiang Qi rubbed his eyes. Where was he? Where was the sword? Was he seeing things? Lu Yin left the desert of forgetfulness, and the azure sword did not detect anything. Jiang Qi was too strange, but he would be able to see the problem one day. He went to find Rumu. Rumu was calculating the next location of Divine Rule Mountain. He wanted to betray the mountain and take Lu Yin there. The Royal God Mountain did not have a fixed entrance. It was very difficult to enter the Royal God Mountain. Firstly, outsiders could not find the entrance. Secondly, the entrance of the Royal God Mountain would wander around sky beyond sky. Sneaking into the Royal God Mountain would not be noticed by sky beyond sky. With Yu Sangtian overseeing it, it was almost impossible. Thus, no one had entered Divine Rule Mountain for many years. Rumu had taken a huge risk, and she herself had said that she was betraying the mountain. At that moment, Lu Yin also knew that he had seen 7 karmic lands, and he had thought that one of them was the Divine Rule Mountain. However, that was not the case. That was just an area controlled by Divine Rule Mountain. Cultivators from Divine Rule Mountain would appear all year round, but it was not Divine Rule Mountain itself. This was in line with Lu Yin's understanding of the spiritual universe. It was clearly a universe, so how could it be in a spiritualized universe? It was hard to understand. But a new problem arose. What about the 9 firmaments universe? The 9th spirit and foolish old man had both said that the 9 firmaments universe was in the spiritualized universe, and that it was right above his head. Lu Yin had indeed seen it, but how could he get there? What was the relationship between the two? He had guessed that it might be similar to the relationship between the Tianyuan universe's origin space and the cosmic tree, but after some thought he rejected the idea. The two were completely different. The cosmic tree and origin space were 2 parallel spacetimes, while the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe were 2 different universes. How is it? Lu Yin's voice. Rumu stared intently at the star chart, very serious. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and waited not far away. After a while her eyes lit up. So it's there. Where? Lu Yin was curious. Rumu smiled at Lu Yin. Master, you would never expect that the entrance to Divine Rule Mountain is in the palm of tomorrow's beast. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Palm. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Above the boundless starry sky, the universe was collapsing with a low rumble. A force visible to the naked eye hung upside down, connecting heaven and earth like a black tornado. It was like a giant's hand that reached into the boundless starry sky and grabbed at Rumu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He sang sky? He did not even think about it. His consciousness erupted and he opened the 9 firmaments, slashing out with the celestial sword. On the other side, the progenitor appeared and opened the 9 firmaments as well. A terrifying aura instantly swept through the starry sky, spreading in all directions of the 100 herb territory and shaking the spiritualized universe. 9 weapons appeared from the progenitor's 9 firmaments. 6 of them were the progenitor's swords, while the other 3 were the azure heavenly soldiers nurtured by the azure heavenly palace. The 9 weapons combined into one. This was the progenitor's ultimate technique after cultivating the 9 firmaments change and fusing it with the azure heavenly palace, the azure heavenly soldiers. Lu Yin's celestial sword and the progenitor's azure heavenly soldiers attacked at the same time, slashing at the tornado that connected heaven and earth. This was Xianxia's power, and it had crossed half of the spiritualized universe to descend upon the boundless starry sky. It was not for Lu Yin, the progenitor, or any of the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe above the boundless starry sky. Its only target was Ru Mu. Ru Mu's entire body was wrapped in the black tornado, and she had already risen into the air. When she looked up, there was no fear in her eyes, only hatred and killing intent. This gaze shocked Lu Yin. Something was not right. How could Ru Mu not be afraid of Xianxia's power? Even Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. However, this woman's eyes only contained killing intent and an indescribable pressure. The black tornado was cut apart and Ru Mu's body fell. Suddenly, a ray of black light descended from the boundless starry sky and pierced through Ru Mu's body. Lu Yin and the progenitor wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This was Xianxia's true killing intent, and the ray of black light pierced through Ru Mu's body and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his hand and slashed out with the celestial sword again. This time the sword didn't care about the process, it only cared about the result. The black light trembled, but it wasn't cut apart. It still had enough energy to continue stabbing towards Lu Yin. Beside him, the progenitor pointed a finger, and the azure heavenly soldiers shrunk countless times. They followed the tip of the finger and struck the black light, shattering it. The moment the black light shattered, they saw the sequence particles dissipate. Lu Yin watched the sequence particles scatter like fireflies. He knew what this was, an eternal thought, Xianxia's deified sequence. Chapter 36-28. In Wu Wei's memories, this power had been used to kill 2 celestial phenomenon powerhouses. It was one of Xianxia's most terrifying powers. Now this power had finally made a move against Wujiang. Fortunately, they had the power to fight back. Lu Yin and the ancestor combined were enough to break One Thought Eternity. In Wu Wei's memories, One Thought Eternity had never been broken before. Chu Yi, desolate god, and the others rushed over only to see Ru Mu lying on the ground. "Master, what happened?" Tu Yi asked. Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. "Little 7?" Lu Yin waved his hand. "It's Xianxia's test. It's fine." After he finished speaking, he walked towards Ru Mu. This woman was strange. He was not Ru Mu. He was definitely not. How could a mere Ru Mu ignore Xianxia's pressure? Furthermore, how could a mere Ru Mu attract Xianxia's attention? If they hadn't been able to break the black tornado, Ru Mu would have been taken away. Xianxia wanted to take her away first, but he couldn't. That was why the black light appeared. Not only did it mean that Ru Mu was very important to Xianxia, but it also meant that Xianxia was afraid of Wujiang. Who in the spiritualized universe could make Xianxia hold back? Ru Mu wasn't dead, but she was as good as dead. She couldn't wake up anymore. She was supposed to take him to Royal God Mountain. Was it because of this? The ancestor said, Xianxia's echelon cultivation is superb. That was just a test. If we can't break that power, we won't be a threat to him. Lu Yin looked up with a serious expression. That power is Xianxia's deified echelon. It's comparable to the echelon's echelon. Why would he want to capture this girl? The ancestor didn't understand. The others looked at Ru Mu on the ground and found it strange as well. If Xianxia wanted to test Wujiang's strength, why would he attack someone who wasn't Wujiang? Lu Yin was sure that Xianxia wanted to capture Ru Mu. Ru Mu had a huge secret. She was supposed to take me to Royal God Mountain. Everyone looked at each other. Royal God Mountain was Xianxia's forbidden area. Outsiders couldn't enter, and Royal God Mountain forbade marriages with outsiders. No wonder Xianxia's anger. How did Xianxia know that she was going to take you to Royal God Mountain? He can spy on us. Su Wangtian was shocked. Yuan Qi shook his head. Although Sang Heaven can see the entire spiritualized universe, It is impossible for it to monitor the boundless universe. There must be some other reason, or perhaps it is just a coincidence. I never believe in coincidences, Zhou Xian said. The star toad was terrified. Why don't we just not go to the divine royal mountain? Lu Yin looked into the distance. The more you don't want me to go, the more I want to go. The star toad was speechless. This character was truly disgusting. He took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Arc Zone. He wanted to use the Arc Zone to contact Rukan and have him take Rumu away. Most importantly, he wanted to get in touch with the people of the Ru family. Sky Beyond Sky Extreme Palace. Xianxia closed his eyes for several days before opening them. He's getting more and more out of control. His improvement is too fast. He's just arrived here, so he definitely won't be able to take this attack. I still have to wait. Continue to wait. I don't believe that I won't be able to wait. That position will definitely be mine. Lon. My lord. Lon came and bowed respectfully. Xianxia looked at her. What's the situation in the boat region? Lon replied, the Arc Zone reported that both Boundless and the Divine Royal Mountain are going to compete. As for the outcome, it's unknown. However, the Arc Zone has already resumed the production of battleships. What's strange is that they announced to the public that they're recalling the space-time battleships for maintenance. This has never happened before. Xianxia said, recall all the space-time battleships. Yes. Then recall them. When the upgrade is complete, we'll attack the consciousness universe. This time we'll completely destroy it, Xianxia said solemnly. Lon was excited. Yes, my lord. Sky Beyond Sky gave the order to cooperate with the Arc Zone to upgrade the battleships. After the upgrade was completed, the expedition to the consciousness universe was launched. The spiritualized universe was shaken and countless people were excited. There was finally a definite time. This expedition to the consciousness universe would definitely be able to destroy the consciousness lifeforms. Once they went, they would not return easily. They had to wait for the universe to restart and step into a higher realm. The Arc Zone rejected all orders and began to focus on maintaining the space-time battleships that were recalled. Fortunately, because of the Day of Spirit Sacrifice, all the battleships were returned. There were 6 of them and not a single one was missing. The 6 gigantic battleships laid across the Arc Zone like 6 colossal creatures. Sky Beyond Sky also began the process of recruiting cultivators for the expedition to the consciousness universe. The selection criteria were much more relaxed than before. The main reason was that all 6 battleships were mobilized, so more cultivators could be brought in. Not long after, another order was announced. Wujiang, as the 7th spacetime battleship, would accompany the expedition to the consciousness universe. This news caused countless people to focus on Wujiang. As expected, Xianxia would not allow Wujiang to do as he pleased. Even if he accepted Wujiang had to contribute to the spiritualized universe. This expedition to the consciousness universe was Wujiang's time to contribute. Of course, many cultivators were dissatisfied. They felt that this was giving Wujiang a chance to wait for the universe to restart. Wujiang. When Lu Yin heard the order, he did not know whether to be happy or worried. He knew that there were 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe hiding in parallel spacetime. They were waiting for the spiritualized powerhouses to leave so that they could attack from behind. Wujiang's departure coincidentally avoided this battle. However, he also knew that the Earth of Yi was a grave left by the consciousness universe for Xianxia and the spiritualized powerhouses. Once they went, it was very likely that they would not be able to return. Although Lu Yin was confident in his own strength, he did not think that he could surpass Xianxia. The consciousness universe was well aware of Xianxia's strength and had specially set up a trap for him. If Xianxia could not escape, then Lu Yin could not. If Wujiang followed, it would be easy for Wujiang to suffer. For Xianxia, this was to prevent Wujiang from causing trouble behind him. Even if Lu Yin left, the spiritualized universe would not be able to contain Wujiang's powerhouses. After all, there were many of them and there was even a primogenitor. Being able to bring Wujiang along meant that even if Xianxia destroyed the consciousness universe, he had no intention of restarting it. Otherwise, why would Wujiang benefit from it? Wujiang was also an uncertain factor. Who could guarantee that Wujiang would not ally with the consciousness universe to deal with the spiritualized universe? A foolish old man's plan for the future was just empty talk. Unless Xianxia planned to use Wujiang as cannon fodder, or if he wanted to use Wujiang to kill his way to the earth of Yi. Luyin also had his suspicions. Wujiang was enough to be bait. First it was Rumu and now it was Wujiang. It seemed that Xianxia was planning to do something and was not as passive as before. Xianxia did not want to be passive and Luyin did not want to be passive either. Luyin had a plan in the Tianyuan universe, but in the spiritualized universe it was very difficult. Omnipotence. Unless one could be omniscient and omnipotent. A new idea popped into Lu Yin's mind, and he immediately went into seclusion. He raised his hand and rolled his die. He watched as the die slowly came to a stop. 4 pips time stop space. Just nice, he needed time. The scene in front of him changed. Lu Yin stayed in the time stop space for a year, but it wasn't enough. He continued rolling his die again, but this time it was 6 pips. Lu Yin searched for consciousnesses that he could fuse with, but after a while he found a few dim consciousnesses that were meaningless. He returned to his body and continued rolling his die. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Although it had only been a short time, it felt like a long time to him. He had rolled 4 pips 15 times, which was equivalent to 15 years of seclusion. Finally, he had completed his vision and created a battle technique that linked his consciousness to his body. This combat skill needed to be coordinated with one's consciousness. Cultivating it was not difficult. The difficult part was finding a powerful consciousness life form to coordinate with in battle. This was Lu Yin's most likely omniscient and omnipotent method. He could only merge with the consciousness life forms. Since that was the case, he would spread the spiritualized universe to the consciousness life forms. As long as there were enough consciousness life forms, he would naturally know more information. There were very few consciousness life forms in the spiritualized universe, and if he wanted to have enough of them, he would naturally need the consciousness life forms hidden in parallel spacetimes. After Lu Yin came out of seclusion, he made a high-profile announcement that his comprehension of consciousness had allowed him to create a linked battle technique. It was called the spiritualization technique. As the name implied, it used the consciousness to drive the cultivator's body, creating something similar to an avatar's strength. The cultivator also had the initiative to attack. This way, not only would it prevent a gap in coordination, but it would also prevent the consciousness life forms from betraying the cultivator. Most importantly, it would more than double the cultivator's strength. The stronger the consciousness life form that cooperated with the cultivator, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This spiritualization technique was popularized by Limitless, and it quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe, causing countless debates. Most people did not care, as they simply did not know that consciousness life forms could be enslaved. Many people said that Limitless was trying to curry favor with the spiritualized universe and avoid following them into the consciousness universe. This excuse saved Lu Yin from having to explain himself. That's right, this was the reason. The more selfish the reason, the more the spiritualized universe would feel at ease. In the spiritualized universe, most cultivators would not be able to obtain consciousness life forms. However, consciousness life forms could live for a long time, and many of them were passed down as precious treasures. There were still some who could enslave consciousness life forms. These people cultivated their willpower, and it did not matter if it was useful or not. In any case, it was simple and they would just cultivate it. As a result, their power level increased dramatically, and this caused quite a commotion. As more and more people cultivated their willpower, the commotion in the spiritualized universe also increased. This was especially true after Bo Fan region's Little Situ won a battle against Cloud Crane region's Shikakuboy. The commotion caused by the battle quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Little Situ and Shikakuboy had always been evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. However, when Little Situ used his spirit and Shikakuboy only used his consciousness life form to fight, the difference between the two was obvious. Little Situ's fighting power had more than doubled, which was very exaggerated. Shikakuboy was suppressed to the point that he couldn't do anything. Gradually, more and more cultivators with consciousness life forms began to cultivate their willpower. This was especially true in the face of an expedition into the consciousness universe. The increase in their power level would increase their chances of survival and allow them to gain more battle achievements. This was an opportunity for them to take a leap forward. Willpower quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and countless people were searching for consciousness life forms. However, everyone knew that this was an excellent opportunity to transform their own power level and no one would sell it. Many people looked over at the intent realm, hoping that it would sell a batch of consciousness life forms. Chapter 36-29. Zhou Xian had already researched spirituality, and he found that it did not harm the user and could even control consciousness life forms. It was an excellent battle technique and he was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have a suitable consciousness life form. In Beyond Heaven, Lan reported this matter. Xianxia was puzzled. Even with his unparalleled power, he could not understand what Lu Yin was thinking. Was Lu Yin really trying to gain merit in exchange for Wu Jiang not fighting? He should know that this was impossible, as Xianxia would not be at ease leaving Wu Jiang in the spiritualized universe. Then what was the point of Lu Yin's actions? Was he trying to increase the spiritualized universe's power for no reason? Or was it related to consciousness life forms? Many people had always guessed that the Tianyuan universe and the consciousness universe were working together, and the consciousness life form that had been taken away from the intent realm was one of the reasons. Would Lu Yin's promotion of this battle technique allow consciousness life forms to use the cultivators instead? However, Xianxia had also seen the battle technique and there was no problem with it. He was definitely not wrong. This battle technique was only useful to cultivators, and it had no advantage over consciousness life forms. He was also at a loss. Beyond Heaven did not stop the spread of spiritualized battle techniques, which meant that this battle technique could be cultivated. This made everyone lower their guard and focus on searching for consciousness life forms. This was a shortcut to increasing one's power in the short term. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to enter Beyond Heaven in a high-profile manner. He arrived outside the palace and requested an audience with Xianxia. Lan stared at Lu Yin warily, afraid that he would suddenly carve something. Xianxia looked outside the palace. What is it? Lu Yin smiled. Spiritualized battle techniques can increase the power of spiritualized cultivators. I hope that Wu Jiang will not fight in the consciousness universe. As expected, it was for Wu Jiang. Lan stared at Lu Yin. After the spiritualized battle technique had been released, many people had been discussing it. They did not understand why Wu Jiang had suddenly become so kind. Wu Jiang represented the Tianyuan universe, and the spiritualized cultivators all believed that Lu Yin had been able to create Xianxia because Xianxia wanted to rope in the Tianyuan universe's experts. No matter what, there was no need to completely wipe out the Tianyuan universe's cultivators in order to restart it. It was possible to rope in a group of experts to join the spiritualized universe. Only the most powerful cultivators in the spiritualized universe did not think so, especially when Lu Yin had mobilized resources several times. No one was stupid and they could guess that Lu Yin's goal, which was to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. This method was very naive and not stop, but that did not mean they could not see Wu Jiang's position. Under such circumstances, it was hard not to be suspicious of Wu Jiang's sudden promotion of spiritual battle techniques. If it was in exchange for Wu Jiang not going to battle the consciousness universe, it would make sense. Xianxia calmly looked at Lu Yin. You are now my spiritual universe's Xianxia. Since the spiritual universe has acknowledged you, I hope that you can do something for it. That's why I created a spiritual battle technique to increase the overall power of the spiritualized cultivators, Lu Yin said. Xianxia shook his head. Without sentient life forms, this battle technique is just empty talk. The Boundless can withstand the power of a springboard, which is a space-time battleship. It should be able to travel to the universe of consciousness. Lu Yin asked, so you're saying that the conditions aren't good enough? Xianxia didn't retort. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. There are many things that we both know. If you don't trust Wu Jiang, me the progenitor, or you can pick out a few people to go with you. There's no need to drag Wu Jiang along. Xianxia looked deeply at Lu Yin. He had his own plans and believed that everything was still under control. No matter how fast Lu Yin's cultivation had improved, he still wouldn't underestimate Lu Yin's group. He knew very well how difficult it was for an ordinary cultivator to become the master of a universe. It wasn't something that could be achieved with high cultivation. Back then, Elder Xianxia's power had surpassed his, but Xianxia was him, not Elder Xianxia. There were too many top powerhouses in the universe. Even when Tianhe became Emperor Wu, the old salamander's power had definitely surpassed his, but he hadn't been exposed. There were many things that could be accomplished with great power, but there were also many things that couldn't be done with power alone. Lu Yin had become the master of the Tianyuan universe, which meant that he had both power and intelligence. Xianxia couldn't see through Lu Yin, so he didn't answer. Lu Yin sighed. I'm working with the universe of consciousness. Xianxia's eyes flashed. In the distance, Lan raised her brows and looked at Lu Yin with murderous eyes. Was this person making it clear? This was a provocation. Back in Torch City we worked together. The universe of consciousness asked us to rescue the beings from the universe of consciousness that were imprisoned in the intent realm. That was the reason for the intent realm battle, Lu Yin said. Xianxia wasn't surprised. In fact, he already knew that Qi Gong had stolen the White Willow and framed Qi Jun. Among them, Saint Daliu and Qi Gong had worked together to lure Lu Yin to destroy the intent realm and secretly take away the beings from the universe of consciousness. When I worked with the universe of consciousness, I treated the spiritualized universe as my only enemy. But gradually I realized that something was wrong with the sentient beings. Lu Yin's expression darkened. These sentient beings don't have human emotions. They just want to live. It's a very simple instinct, which is to survive. But it's precisely because of this instinct that they're the most terrifying. They're willing to do anything to survive. I believe you know this better than anyone. Xianxia's tone was indifferent. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I've decided not to work with the universe of consciousness anymore. I'll work with you to restart it. Xianxia looked deeply at Lu Yin. What makes you think that I'll restart the universe of consciousness and not the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin said, working with us will speed up the process. On the other hand, you can't possibly work with the universe of consciousness. I know what you're fighting for. Xianxia looked past Lu Yin and into the distance. Did the foolish old man say that? He had to say it. So you think I'm in a hurry? Aren't you? Xianxia smiled. But I agree. We'll restart the universe of consciousness first. As for whether or not the Tianyuan universe will be restarted, I can't guarantee it. You don't have the right to ask me for a guarantee. You know your own use. Do you not plan on taking that path? Lu Yin knew that Xianxia was talking about the path of karma. If he took the path of karma, he would be targeted by Grandmaster Grass. If he didn't, he would be useless to Grandmaster Grass and would no longer be a threat to Xianxia. It's up to me whether or not I go, Lu Yin replied. Xianxia didn't mind. If you want to work with us, a spiritual battle technique isn't enough. Also, why is it called a spiritual battle technique? With the mind in front and the spirit behind, do you prefer the consciousness universe? Lu Yin shrugged. Then let's call it a spiritual battle technique. I don't care, it just sounds nice. Our progenitor came up with a better name. Do you want one too? How about Gooden? Xianxia's expression didn't change. In the distance, Lan's face twitched. Gooden? This guy really dared to say that. Lu Yin smiled. It's just a joke. If you don't like it, then forget it. If you don't have enough spiritual battle techniques, then fine. I'll tell you where the consciousness universe is hidden in the spiritualized universe. You can go and find it yourselves. Xianxia frowned. Hidden? Lu Yin looked at him. You don't think that the consciousness universe has been passively defending for so many years, do you? They've hidden quite a few in the spiritualized universe. This time you're leading most of the spiritualized universe's experts into the consciousness universe, so it's time for them to make a move. Impossible. Even if there won't be that many hidden, Lan said. Lu Yin looked at her. How long have you lived? Any life form in the consciousness universe can live longer than you. You overestimate the beyond heaven's prestige. Do you think that few people break the rules? Someone brought back consciousness life forms without permission. Lan asked in a low voice. Why else do you think Royal God Mountain is eyeing the Arc region? The Arc region is very valuable. He then looked at Xianxia, raised his hand and raised all 5 fingers. 5 parallel spacetimes. From what I know, there are 5 parallel spacetimes hidden in the consciousness universe. As for the number, you can count it yourselves. In any case, each parallel spacetime contains more consciousness life forms than the ones in the intent realm. I'm returning this to you. Lan looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia remained calm. This is the price you have to pay for cooperating with us, and it's also the price my spiritualized universe has to pay for acknowledging Limitless. However, Limitless still has to accompany us into the consciousness universe. Lu Yin frowned. You're really evil. I've already betrayed the consciousness universe and am giving you this huge gift. Are you still worried? The Beyond Heaven's order has already been given and it cannot be changed, Xianxia said. Lu Yin sneered. I haven't told you the location yet. Xianxia didn't care. You can choose not to. Lan looked at Lu Yin. Who did he think Xianxia was? No one had ever been able to negotiate with him. What if I tell you that there are 13 celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin asked. Lan exclaimed, 13 celestial phenomenon? How is that possible? Where did 13 come from? Lu Yin sneered. Is your defense very tight? Limitless has a consciousness life form that went from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe, and then from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. None of you know about this. Lan's expression turned ugly. She was the messenger of the Beyond Heaven and many things were decided by her. There was no need for Xianxia to act personally. This was all her fault. However, just as Lu Yin had said, the Beyond Heaven controlled the spiritualized universe, but that didn't mean that everyone in the spiritualized universe would listen to the Beyond Heaven. There were too many people in the 36 filaments who had broken the rules and secretly captured consciousness life forms. The 13 celestial phenomenon were not on the same level as ordinary consciousness life forms, and even Xianxia had to take them seriously. Are you sure there are 13 celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin was certain. Absolutely. Xianxia nodded. What are your conditions? Give it to Limitless. Oh. Xianxia immediately rejected. I've already said that the Beyond Heaven's orders cannot be changed, especially when it comes to strategy. Limitless must be the 7th worship. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I don't have anything else I want. With my strength I can get anything I want. At this point he suddenly thought of something. How about this, let's have a fair exchange. I'll give you 13 celestial phenomenon and you'll give me 13 in return. How about that? Xianxia looked at the sky and then back at Lu Yin. Inaction? Lu Yin nodded. Sure. Why inaction? It's a battle technique. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin. The last day of your open 9 skies? Chapter 36:30. Lu Yin praised. The transformation of the 9 heavens is truly miraculous. It can transform my power and the sword on the last day came from Wu Wei. However, I haven't made up for it yet so I need Wu Wei to help me. Where did your transformation of the 9 heavens come from? Xianxia finally asked. What was even more disgusting was that if the progenitor could do it, then did that mean that everyone else in the boundless continent could do it too? Thinking about this made him feel a little depressed. He felt like he was being treated like a fool and there were many people who were there. Ever since the battle with Emperor Wu, countless people had guessed where the transformation of the 9 heavens had come from. Xianxia naturally didn't understand as this was beyond his expectations. If it wasn't for the transformation of the 9 heavens, how could Lu Yin resolve his eternity? Now he finally asked. Lu Yin didn't answer, instead asking, why did you attack Ru Mu? Don't tell me you don't want me to go to the Royal God Mountain. The entrance is near Sky Beyond. If you really didn't want me to go you could have sealed it. There was no need to go to the boundless continent and attack Ru Mu. Xianxia waved his hand and Lan retreated in shock. After she left, Xianxia said, I saved your life. Lu Yin didn't understand. What do you mean? Literally, the transformation of the 9 heavens. If you don't tell me I won't ask. If you want Wu Wei fine but give me celestial phenomenon in exchange. Lu Yin left, and Xianxia told Lan to leave so that she wouldn't hear that sentence. Ru Mu's matter was too strange. Lu Yin walked out of Sky Beyond and suddenly turned back to look at the sun beast, his gaze landing on the beast's palm. Just before coming to Sky Beyond, Rukin had gone to the 100 Grass region to pick up Ru Mu, who had already become a zombie. She had left Lu Yin with a message. Royal God Mountain welcomes him. This sentence completely broke everything that Ru Mu had said before. Ru Mu had said that Royal God Mountain didn't want him to go, which was why she had calculated the entrance. However, Rukin had said that Royal God Mountain welcomes him. This wasn't Rukan's meaning but Ru family's Rug was. One Ru Mu, the other Rugwa, expressing 2 different meanings. Before Ru Mu had become a living dead, the only valuable information she'd left behind was the beast of tomorrow's palm. When he first heard that the entrance to the Royal God Mountain would appear in the palm of tomorrow's beast, he found it strange that the entrance would appear there. Now, the words of the Ru family were like a thread that connected tomorrow's beast's palm with what Ru Mu wanted to do. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the sun beast's palm, and a chill enveloped his entire body. He seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. Who was it? Xianxia? Why was she suddenly staring at him? Because of tomorrow's beast palm? Lu Yin subconsciously looked up at the beast's face, as if his glance at the palm had been unintentional. There had never been such a shocking chill. Was it Xianxia? Lu Yin wasn't sure either. He stared at the face for a long time before leaving. From the beginning to the end he didn't even look at his palm, not even from the corner of his eye. However, he was sure that there was something wrong with tomorrow's beast's palm. This might be the reason why Xianxia attacked Rumu. He had said something taboo. The dusky sky was originally as usual, but as the void cracked open, rays of sword light descended and the ground collapsed. Countless people wailed in agony. Cultivators walked out from the crack in the void. The person in the lead came from the Forest Feather sect of the 36 regions. He was a powerhouse from the 5 forest forests. He looked down at the ground with a cold and arrogant expression. There was mockery and lingering fear. There really is a group of people hiding. Remember, don't kill them. Try to capture them alive. There were countless people standing on the ground. There were cities and empires here. As the cultivators attacked, the people were confused. The cultivators in this parallel universe weren't strong, and those who had reached the space-exploring realm were considered demigods. However, the cultivators who attacked seemed to be at the space-exploring realm. How could there be so many demigods? The empire was split into two, and the territory that was once considered a forbidden area was torn apart. The consciousness lifeforms all revealed ferocious expressions. The powerhouses from the 5 forest forests smirked and looked into the distance. In the imperial palace of this continent, the man sitting on the throne looked up. How did you find this place? Romance, you will have your answer. There are actually 5-star light-level consciousness lifeforms. You are mine. Spirit threads cut through the void and cut a row of spaceships in half. Sparks flew everywhere. The Heavens Craftsman Domain's Grandmaster retracted his spirit threads and looked into the distance with a burning gaze. There were indeed many consciousness lifeforms. On a distant planet, beams of light shot into the starry sky and were erased by the spiritualized cultivators. The North Mountain region's Mountain Master had personally taken action. He wanted to capture more consciousness lifeforms for the North Mountain region's disciples. And this parallel universe actually had consciousness lifeforms that were equivalent to spiritual spells. He wanted them. Lu Yin revealed 5 consciousness lifeforms from a parallel universe to the realm beyond heaven. Compared to all the consciousness lifeforms hidden in the spiritualized universe, he didn't know how many there were. However, this price was enough for the spiritualized universe to lower their guard against Wujiang. He came to a parallel universe and looked at the countless consciousness lifeforms and cultivators fighting in the distance. He turned and entered a silver building, walking in step by step. Every step he took caused ripples to spread out. It was as if he was stepping on the veins of time and space, completely enveloping this parallel universe. In the deepest part of the building, someone laughed and stuck a piece of paper on the heads of the other 3 people. You guys lost again. Ah. This person wore a coat that was covered in flowers. The colors were bright and eye-catching and his face was full of smiles. The other 3 people looked at each other, and their eyes flickered as they looked at their feet from time to time. Ripples spread out. They wanted to tear through the void and leave, but they couldn't. My lord, he's here, a man with 5 pieces of paper stuck to his head said nervously. The man in the flowery coat waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Let's play another round. Don't give in to me. I'll kill whoever gives in to me. My lord, let's deal with the enemy first. This human's aura is very terrifying, another person said. It was a woman and her face was pale. Playing games? They couldn't even sit still. The man in the flowery coat rolled his eyes. Useless. A human can scare you guys to this extent. The 3 people felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly fled. Lu Yin had already arrived and looked at the 3 people. His gaze went past them and looked inside. The man in the flowery coat was muttering to himself as he touched the cards. The 3 people didn't dare to face Lu Yin and turned to flee. Lu Yin didn't chase after them. These 3 were star realm consciousness lifeforms, which were equivalent to progenitors. They were perfect for the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin could absorb ordinary consciousness lifeforms, but they wouldn't catch the spiritualized universe's attention. Weak cultivators were meaningless to Lu Yin, but the stronger ones needed to be returned to the spiritualized universe's powerhouses to cultivate. They would be perfect for Lu Yin's eyes. After a few steps, Lu Yin arrived outside the room and looked inside. The man in the flowery coat raised his head and looked at Lu Yin with a brilliant smile. Want to play a round? Lu Yin nodded and sat across from him. What? Play? Simple. He pulled out a card, and the number on the upper right corner of the card kept changing from 1 to 9. Tap the card lightly and the number will be fixed. Whoever has the bigger number wins, and the winner can stick the note on the loser's head. How is it? Isn't it interesting? Lu Yin was interested. Interesting, but why should I play with you? The man smiled. You're here to capture me. If you can win 10 rounds in a row, I'll leave with you without any resistance. This man was one of the 13 Celestials Huamani. Lu Yin didn't know much about Huamani. During his 3 months in seclusion he had rolled 6 pips 5 times. One of those times he had coincidentally merged with a consciousness life form in this parallel universe. That was how he had found Huamani. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to find him. The consciousness life form that had merged with him only knew that 2 of the 13 Celestials were here, but he didn't know where they were. This Huamani was unlucky. Lu Yin agreed. Right, let's play. Huamani's gaze turned cold. But if I win you have to answer one question for me. 1 question per round. That's not fair. It's fair. I don't plan on resisting. I'll just watch the game. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Right, let's play. Huamani jumped up, the card floating in the air. You first or me? You first, Lu Yin said. Huamani tapped the card and the number stopped at the upper right corner. 7. Aha, you only have 2 numbers to win. Lu Yin tapped the card. 8. Sorry. Huamani's face twitched. 6. Sorry. 8. 9. I'm really sorry. Huamani was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. You didn't cheat, did you? Lu Yin shrugged. Same here. Huamani was furious. You really did cheat. This is a game and it has to be fair. It doesn't count. Lu Yin laughed. You can control the numbers with your consciousness, but you didn't control it when you played with them? Huamani was stunned and he looked at Lu Yin speechlessly. Are you a 13 celestial phenomenon ascendant or am I? Why do I feel like your consciousness surpasses mine? Lu Yin did not remember this Huamani in Wu Wei's memories. This Huamani had only become a 13 celestial phenomenon ascendant after Wu Wei had been captured, just like Bao Qi and Meng Sangtian. Of course, that was only relative to Wu Wei. Huamani had probably become a 13 celestial phenomenon ascendant before the destruction of the Celestial Sect and the rise of the Dao Source Sect in 9 mountains and 8 seas. You win. Fine again. Huamani tapped the card and the top right corner stopped several times. 9. He looked at Lu Yin proudly. How about it? Let me go first. This is the result. You can't win and at most it'll be a draw. Lu Yin looked at him. Then I'll have to put in a little more effort. You can resist. Huamani moved closer to Lu Yin. How did you find me? You haven't won yet. Lu Yin tapped the card again and the numbers on the top right corner kept jumping. 2 numbers kept jumping but they did not stop. It looked like a double-digit number. Lu Yin looked at Huamani. I win. Huamani suddenly attacked, his consciousness blasting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not move and allowed the consciousness to attack him. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Absolute power destroyed the void and half of Huamani's body was shattered. Chapter 36-31. The consciousness life form took the initiative to transform into a certain form. If that form was injured, the consciousness life form itself would also be injured. Huamani retreated in shock. How could this be? You are indeed at the starry sky level. Why would someone from the Tianyuan universe help a spiritualized universe? He had sensed Lu Yin the moment he had arrived in this parallel space-time, but it had been too late. Lu Yin had instantly stirred up the void, making it impossible for him to escape. However, it wasn't that he wasn't confident. After all, he was a 13th celestial phenomenon cultivator. They had some guesses about Lu Yin's strength and he was indeed at Sangtian's level. In fact, he might even be comparable to a peerless emperor. However, as long as he wasn't at Yu Sangtian's level, he would still be able to escape with his strength as a celestial phenomenon cultivator. Unfortunately, he did not know how shocking Lu Yin's battle with Emperor Limitless had been. Because Lu Yin had previously absorbed consciousness lifeforms from a parallel spacetime, these lifeforms did not dare to come into contact with the spiritualized universe for a short period of time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them not to know of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin was at Xianxia's level. That single palm made Huamani feel Lu Yin's terror. Even if he wanted to use his consciousness to instantly tear through the void and escape, he could not do so. This was an absolute suppression. Lu Yin looked at Huamani calmly and raised a hand to grab him. At the same time, his consciousness erupted. Huamani clenched his teeth and swept the flower across. The flower's shadow was mottled, as if time had flowed past and the space was retreating. Lu Yin was astonished. This was the plan's secret art. It had to be said that the Mirage domain was fixed in the Tianyuan universe, so the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe lacked the opportunity to comprehend the power of time. Otherwise, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe would have given birth to many experts who had mastered the power of time and space, which would be very difficult to deal with. Even so, against some powerhouses, the power of time was still useless. On the other hand, Huamani had used the power of spatial reversal to simulate parallel time, and his consciousness was more refined than Wu Wei's. However, his consciousness was far inferior to Wu Wei's and Lu Yin's. Using spatial power against Lu Yin was an even bigger joke. Lu Yin raised a hand and space chased after time. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, directly breaking through Flower Pinch. Under Huamani's shocked gaze, Lu Yin grabbed him. A loss is a loss. If you can't afford to play, then don't play in the future. With that, he tore through the void and vanished. Outside of heaven, Lu Yin arrived once more. He didn't even look at the Tomorrow Beast as he went straight to the Extreme Palace. Under Lan's shocked gaze, Huamani was thrown out. Change. Huamani looked around. He hadn't been heavily injured by Lu Yin, but he knew exactly where he was and had no intention of resisting. No matter how self-centered the conscious beings appeared to the outside world, their desire to live was an instinct. This was the realm beyond heaven, and there was also Xianxia as well as other powerhouses who had crossed their bitter adversity. Even if all 13 celestial phenomenon celestials came, they might not be able to escape. Xianxia seemed to always be in the Extreme Palace, watching silently from a distance away from all living beings. 13 celestial phenomenon, blooming flower. Huamani looked at Ji Gong with a bitter expression. Long time no see, Xianxia. Xianxia looked past him and at Lu Yin. Even if the 13 celestial phenomenon are hidden in the spiritualized universe, you wouldn't know where they are. I'm curious as to how you found this rat. Lu Yin was confident. I have my ways. If the price you pay is high enough, I will find a way to find the other 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants for you. Rebirth. The great time of waves, Xianxia nodded. Sure. What are your conditions? You know. 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators are enough to exchange for one limitless. Lu Yin mocked. Fate? The order cannot be changed, but the conditions are not enough. Xianxia said, limitless is fighting, but the battlefield is not in the consciousness universe. The spiritualized universe is yours, so you can say whatever you want. What about Wu Wei? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia was indifferent. 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators in exchange for limitless not fighting in the consciousness universe. What does that have to do with anything? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you trying to cheat? Xianxia waved his hand and Wu Wei appeared beside him. In Lu Yin's eyes, Wu Wei was a dark cloud, but in everyone's eyes it was different. When Huamani saw Wu Wei appear, he sighed in relief for some reason. He felt that he would no longer be the center of attention and Wu Wei would share some of the burden. Wu Wei had not expected that he would become a condition for the exchange. Lord Xianxia, I have already submitted to the spiritualized universe. You promised me that no one can enslave me. I am free. Xianxia looked at him. You are still free. Wu Wei's voice was low. Then what's going on? I'm just changing places. Xianxia did not care. Wu Wei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators in exchange for limitless not fighting, or Huamani in exchange for Wu Wei. Choose one. Lu Yin understood. Even if I capture the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator, I can only exchange them individually? That's right, Xianxia admitted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he muttered to himself for a moment before kicking Huamani into the extreme palace. Huamani was caught off guard and he crashed into the palace. He felt sullen and powerless and he wanted to curse out loud, but he held himself back. They could be exchanged once or twice, and if they fell into that fellow's hands again it would be over. Xianxia was astonished. "You're not going to think about it?" Lu Yin sneered. "I'm not confident that I can capture the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator. Once I agree, you can decide to go on an expedition tomorrow and I won't be able to do anything to you." Xianxia smiled. "That's your personality. All right." He then tossed Wu Wei to Lu Yin. Wu Wei subconsciously tried to escape, but suddenly 2 terrifying consciousnesses pressed down from the heavens. One was Xianxia and the other was Lu Yin. Both of them attacked at the same time and Wu Wei was almost crushed to death. As a sentient being with 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, when had they ever been suppressed so badly by someone else's consciousness? This scene made Huamani's scalp go numb. These 2 humans were suppressing them in all aspects. In the end, Wu Wei was still captured by Lu Yin. Huamani remained in Beyond Heaven, where he might be able to find more hidden sentient beings. If there was no other way, he could just throw away his domain and replace Wu Wei. Xianxia wasn't worried that Huamani wouldn't agree. He knew what sentient beings were like. Intelligent beings could sometimes surpass their limits without fear of death due to their emotions, but sentient beings would never do so. This was a fact that had been confirmed by the spiritualized universe for countless years. A being that only wanted to live would find it even harder to survive. Lu Yin brought Wu Wei back to the 100 Grass region, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter Wu Wei's body to search for memories. Xianxia's gaze was constantly on him, and only when he returned to the boundless boundary and had the primogenitor by his side would he dare to act recklessly. As soon as they returned, Lu Yin was about to enter Wu Wei's body when he suddenly looked into the distance. A familiar figure appeared, Meng Xianxia. Meng Xianxia appeared outside the 100 Grass region, heading towards the boundless boundary. Within the boundless boundary, the experts all looked over and stared at Meng Xianxia. Meng Xianxia frowned. 1, 2, 3. Why were there so many experts? There were quite a few Dooku and there were quite a few primes as well. The number of experts in the boundless boundary was comparable to the School of Arts and the Myriad Beasts border. As expected of the peak experts of the Tianyuan universe. He had been taken away by the only true God to avoid returning to the spiritualized universe due to time reversal. But he had also lost his memories of the Tianyuan universe, so he didn't know much about it. Now the experts of the boundless boundary had given him quite a shock. He thought back to the battle at the Myriad Beasts border, where a toad and a desolate god had forced Emperor Wuhuang to undergo a spiritual molting. The boundless boundary could not be underestimated. Meng Xianxia requests an audience with Master Lu. Outside the boundless boundary, Meng Xianxia did not directly enter. In the distance, many people looked over. They were all cultivators who wanted to join the boundless boundary but were unable to do so. There were also many cultivators who had come for the 100 Grass region, as they enjoyed being close to the boundless boundary. Although the auras of powerhouses swept over them from time to time, it was still a safe environment. No one dared to cause trouble around the boundless boundary. At the bow of the boundless boundary, Yushan looked forward while Meng Xianxia looked at him in confusion. Many people in the spiritualized universe did not understand why Xianxia had not saved Yushan. Lu Yin did not understand either. Yushan was afraid of Xianxia and was afraid of being killed. Xianxia himself did not know about this. He was not omniscient. Then why did Xianxia not save Yushan and instead allow him to be humiliated at the bow of the boundless boundary? The longer Yushan remained, the more Lu Yin could not see through him. He had sent Yushan to the commander appointment platform and had asked the primogenitor to check on him, who had found no problems. "Please come in," Lu Yin said. When Meng Xianxia entered the boundless boundary, the first thing he saw was the star toad. The toad was squatting nearby, its golden appearance very festive, but Meng Xianxia knew that this toad was ruthless. Even Wu Huang had been suppressed by it once. After that were Su Wangtian, Mu Zhu, Luoshan, Shizu and so on. Meng Xianxia saw many experts, and even though some had not reached the primordial realm, he still felt a sense of danger from them. Those who had the right to come to the boundless boundary and cause trouble for the spiritualized universe were not simple people. They were all well-known figures in the same realm. The celestial victor wielded his golden staff and looked at Meng Xianxia with battle intent. He had been suppressing himself for a very long time, and he had felt very sullen that he had not participated in the battle at the myriad beasts border. After all, breaking through to the primordial realm required a hearty battle. For this reason he looked at Meng Xianxia with a provocative gaze. Meng Xianxia directly glanced at him. He was very familiar with this gaze. Wu Huang had looked at him the same way in the past. That battle maniac wanted nothing more than to fight all of Meng Xianxia. Lu Tianyi, Chu Yi Yuanqi and even Su Wang and Li Shou who were playing around on a tree. They were all so powerful. The crazy headmaster opened his eyes and met Meng Xianxia's gaze. In that instant the crazy headmaster felt a rare urge to attack. He had heard from Lu Yin that in the 37 years of time, Meng Xianxia had massacred Astral 10. It would have been fine if the crazy headmaster had been killed, but the children of Astral 10 had all died. Blood had flowed like rivers and this was unforgivable. Even though time had been reversed and this incident had not happened, it had not happened because Lu Yin had reversed time, not because Meng Xianxia had not done anything. Meng Xianxia looked at the crazy headmaster. The astral progenitor had walked a very strange path, and his future was unknown. However, he was looking at Meng Xianxia with a gaze that was even more provocative than the one with the golden staff. What was this? Meng Xianxia was someone who could be provoked by just anyone in the boundless boundary. If it had been Wu Huang, he would have exploded long ago. Chapter 36-32. Meng Xianxia wasn't Emperor Wu. He didn't have the violent temperament of a beast. He was more like a shrewd person. After exchanging a glance with each other, he walked inside. Suddenly he stopped and looked in another direction. The ancestor was standing there. Meng Xianxia's eyes flashed. It was this person who made him afraid. During the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border, this person was the first to see through his dream. Otherwise he wouldn't have been chased by Emperor Wu for so long. This person's threat was no less than Lu Xiangtian's. Lord Eternal had said that this person was once the strongest in the Tianyuan universe. Above the boundless border there were also the Tianyuan army mechas, black energy source users and so on. They all looked like ordinary cultivators, but they could unleash progenitors' destructive power. No one knew that there were still wandering corpses under the boundless border. Lu Yin had given Silver enough time. Now the wandering corpses were very powerful. Even if they couldn't compare to the bone boats, they weren't too far off. If the boundless border started a war with the spiritualized universe, it would be a great surprise to the spiritualized universe, especially after the opening of the 9 skies. It wouldn't be as easy to control as it had been at the beginning. The one true God was right. Those who gave Lu Yin time wouldn't have a good ending. Meng Xianxia looked away and walked to the rain observatory. Raindrops fell on the bluestone floor. Lu Yin's back was facing Meng Xianxia. He let the rain fall and felt the coldness. You have guts. Aren't you afraid that I'll keep you here? Meng Xianxia looked at Lu Yin's back. If you wanted to catch me, you wouldn't have waited until now. The Tianyuan universe reversed time. In that time you left a blood debt in the boundless border. Lu Yin's voice was cold. Meng Xianxia frowned and suddenly thought of the spirit ancestor. We're enemies. There's no right or wrong. Yes, there's no right or wrong. I hope you can leave easily later. Lu Yin said lightly. Meng Xianxia's voice was low. I brought Lord Eternal's message. He knows your goal. Lu Yin still had his back to him and looked into the distance. I didn't expect you to regain your advantage so quickly. The spiritualized universe doesn't know about it, but he can let them know. Conditions. Lu Yin said. Eternal was the only one who could see his goal. Even the people around him didn't know that he could merge with other people's bodies. Once the secret was made public, Yu Xiangtian would definitely be able to guess the reason why he spread the spirit of battle techniques. Then everything he had done would be for naught. The existence of an advantage was to widen the distance between them, but this advantage could not widen the distance between them and eternity. The Eternals wanted to turn the spiritualized universe into their third battlefield. From the looks of it, they were getting closer and closer. Meng Xiangtian did not know what Lu Yin had done. He was just a messenger. Zhang Yan. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Sure, I'll find a time to give you Zhang Yan. Can't you give it to me now? Meng Xiangtian asked. Lu Yin turned around and looked at him with amusement. Let's not talk about whether or not you'll be able to leave the boundless easily. That woman outside has her eyes on you. Meng Xianxia frowned. He knew who Lu Yin was referring to, the ninth spirit. He did not know why, but the ninth spirit had suddenly set her sights on him. No matter where he went, she would follow him, preventing him from meeting up with the Eternal. He had also asked the ninth spirit why she was watching him. The ninth spirit had smiled and said that she wanted to treat him to a drink. But she had been conflicted about what kind of drink to drink, so she had followed him first. This answer made Meng Xianxia want to slap her. Even an idiot would know that she was being perfunctory. But he had never offended the ninth spirit. Even the Eternal did not know why the ninth spirit had set her sights on him. No matter what, the ninth spirit was Meng Xianxia, and she had become Meng Xianxia much earlier than he had. He might not be her match in a duel, and it would not be easy to avoid her. If you don't shake her off, do you think you can take Zhou Xian away? Lu Yin said disdainfully. Meng Xianxia was helpless. I'll give you the time and place. Saying this, he turned and left. Lu Yin stood where he was, frowning. He had forgotten about the Eternal. That guy had actually seen through his intentions. It was troublesome to have such a familiar opponent. The Eternal wanted Zhou Xian to make up for his karma. The key to the door of arts was in the Eternal's hands. As long as he took Zhou Xian away, he would make up for his karma, and Lu Yin would not be able to harm him through karma. At this moment, Lu Yin understood Yu Xiangtian's feelings. It did not feel good to be held hostage. If he did not feel good, the Eternal would not feel good either. On the other side, Meng Xianxia walked out of the rain observatory. He wanted to tear through the void and leave. At the same time, he wanted to avoid the ninth spirit. After all, the ninth spirit could not follow him into the boundless territory. Outside, the ninth spirit had already prevented him from tearing through the void several times. It disgusted him. Suddenly, a golden staff stabbed at him from afar. Meng Xianxia dodged and looked over in surprise. It was Celestial Lord Doubter. The boundless territory has its rules. You can leave the same way you came in. Celestial Lord Doubter gripped the golden staff and grinned, his eyes filled with battle intent. Meng Xianxia's eyes flashed as he looked around. All the boundless experts were staring at him. If he tried to tear through the void and leave, they would not hold back. He wanted to challenge the entire boundless territory. Even if Lu Yin did not act, Boundless Emperor would not be confident in a duel with the boundless territory, much less him. Helpless, Meng Xianxia did not say a word. He silently walked out of the boundless territory. Along the way, the star toad mocked, "The great Meng Xianxia is a coward." Su Wangtian provoked, "I've been annoyed with that staff for a long time. Meng Xianxia, can you help me beat him up?" Celestial Lord Doubter hefted his staff. "Come on, I've been annoyed with myself for a long time too." Meng Xianxia remained silent as he walked out of the boundless territory, not saying a word. This scene was witnessed by Yu Xian and the spiritualized cultivators who had joined the boundless territory. They were all dumbfounded. The great Meng Xianxia had come to the boundless territory with such grievances? He was like a little wife, not daring to speak even after being provoked. This was the boundless territory. It was terrifying. Yu Xian sighed. Yes, this was the boundless territory. Only such a boundless territory could make Yu Xiangtian apprehensive. In the forest, Li Shou and Su Wang praised Meng Xiangtian's back. After leaving the boundless territory, Meng Xiangtian relaxed. He believed that only Lu Yin and the former top expert of the Tianyuan universe could defeat him in a duel. No matter how strong the others were, he was confident that he could beat them. But there were too many of them. He felt like he had gone to the myriad beasts border before. No, it was even more serious. After leaving the boundless territory, Meng Xiangtian turned to see the ninth spirit gulping down a mouthful of wine, wiping her mouth and smiling at him. Meng Xiangtian looked at her deeply before leaving. The ninth spirit immediately followed. Boundless territory, Lu Yin. Wu Wei was in a corner and the progenitor was nearby. Seeing Lu Yin approach, the progenitor left. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor and did not ask or say anything. He took a step forward, and when they were 5 meters apart, he merged with the progenitor. The next moment, his vision changed and he saw himself as well as the progenitor's vast memories. He immediately thought of the azure sword and began to read the memories related to it. After a while, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he recalled the memories he had just read. The azure sword came from the heavenly palace. The Heavenly Palace was the most mysterious and ancient place in the consciousness universe. No one knew its origins, they only knew that it had already existed the moment they gained consciousness. The progenitor was considered one of the more ancient life forms in the consciousness universe, and among the 13 celestial phenomenon he could be considered one of the top few. Even so, he had no knowledge of the Heavenly Palace's origins. The azure sword came from the Heavenly Palace, and so did the 13 celestial phenomena. Only those who were recognized by the Heavenly Palace would be recognized by the other celestial phenomena and become the new celestial phenomenon. In the progenitor's memories and guesses, the Heavenly Palace's memories had led to another person, Xianxia. The 13 celestial phenomena had always suspected that Xianxia had constantly invaded the consciousness universe in search of the Earth of Will. It was not only to destroy the 13 celestial phenomena, but also to obtain the Heavenly Palace. Even though Xianxia had never revealed that he knew of the Heavenly Palace's existence, they still had such guesses. Otherwise, given Xianxia's strength, he might have been able to sweep through the entire consciousness universe. As for restarting the consciousness universe, it would not be difficult. Lu Yin saw images of the Heavenly Palace in the progenitor's memories, but these were Wu Wei's memories and experiences. Each celestial phenomenon had obtained a different inheritance from the Heavenly Palace. Even he was tempted. At the same time, he also guessed that the 13 celestial phenomena were confident in killing Xianxia in the Earth of Will because they had obtained something from the Heavenly Palace. He was suddenly interested in Yi Meng. Since Yi Meng had voluntarily been captured and brought to the spiritualized universe to carry out this plan, it meant that she definitely knew something. Wu Wei had been in the spiritualized universe for too long, and his memories of the consciousness universe were too distant. Even so, Lu Yin still understood a lot about the consciousness universe, including the 13 celestial phenomena. However, these were just Wu Wei's memories and they did not really represent anything. Just like how Lu Yin did not know that Xianxia had hidden a thought of eternity, no one knew what else he was hiding unless it could be fused into his body. The 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe were the oldest. Even if they were not Xianxia's match, they still had the power to resist him. Based on Wu Wei's memories, Lu Yin estimated that they were about the same level. Lu Yin continued to read Wu Wei's memories, and after a few days he felt dizzy. Wu Wei had lived for too long and his memories were too vast. A portion of them were very dry, and this feeling was transmitted to Lu Yin through the memories. Lu Yin suppressed his anger and had no choice but to send Wu Wei to Jiangtai Hell, as he needed to go out and get some fresh air. Lu Yin left Limitless and went to the Grand Domain to see if he could find Yi Shang, even though the chances were slim. When he arrived at the Grand Domain, he scanned it with his consciousness, and sure enough, Yi Shang was not there. There were many consciousness life forms traded in the Grand Domain, and they had become the most popular commodity. There was no market for them even if there was a price. Lu Yin regretted his decision, as he should have raised another condition. He would have asked for a cut of the transaction price of all consciousness life forms, and Xianxia would have definitely agreed. Compared to the hidden threat of consciousness life forms, a mere spirit seed was not worth his attention. Chapter 36-33. Although the spiritualized universe knew that Lu Yin was collecting spirit seeds, they believed that one day, these spirit seeds would return to the sentient life forms. It was only a matter of time. They were confident that any problem that could be solved with spirit seeds would not be a problem. Which Meng Xianxia could solve a problem with a spirit seed. After the battle at Fuhin, all the spirit seeds that the Chamber of Commerce had profited from the bets had been sent to the boundless expanse. Lu Yin had placed them in the void at his heart, and the liquid there continued to expand. Meng Xianxia would soon give him a time and location. Lu Yin did not have much time and he had to find Yi Shang quickly. He had no choice but to continue rolling the die. He tapped it and watched it slowly spin. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. 2 months passed quickly. Lu Yin rolled 6 enhanced several times, but he could not find the sentient life form with Yi Shang. He had no choice but to continue rolling the die. No one could find Yi Shang now. Yi Shang knew that Lu Yin was looking for him and would definitely be hiding. The previous few times he had found him had put him on high alert. Using a sentient life form to find Yi Shang was beyond the spiritualized universe's knowledge. Otherwise, Yi Shang would not have not suspected the sentient life form beside him. He was not stupid. Lu Yin could not find Yi Shang, and could only delay Meng Xianxia from taking Zhou Xian away. The method was simple: have the ninth spirit watch him more closely. His condition for the ninth spirit was for her to learn more about the everlasting. The ninth spirit did not know why Lu Yin wanted her to watch Meng Xianxia, but this was what she had wanted to do. Meng Xianxia was troubled. He could not meet up with the one true God, nor could he take Zhou Xian away. He could only think of ways to shake off the ninth spirit, but she was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He had thought of luring the ninth spirit to the one true God. The one true God could definitely defeat her, but the one true God had not agreed. The ninth spirit's target was definitely not Meng Xianxia, and since it was not Meng Xianxia, it was very likely the one true God himself. The one true God naturally did not agree. Now was not the time for him to reveal himself. Just like that, Meng Xianxia was chased by the ninth spirit for many months. She watched him without a word, and that jug of wine seemed endless. A few months later, Lu Yin finally saw a familiar ball of light. He memorized the brightness and size of Xiang's consciousness ball. After searching for so long, he had even gone to a parallel universe to replenish his consciousness and finally found it. Lu Yin's consciousness rushed over and fused with it. In front of him he saw a familiar figure. Xianxia looked around. Was this the door of arts? As the memories flooded into his mind, he maintained his posture and remained motionless in order to prevent Xiang from noticing anything amiss. He didn't expect Xiang to be hiding in the Gate of Arts. Zhang Ming was really determined to work with him. Zhang Ming was not stupid. Even if Xiang was not Xianxia with his strength, he would still have to hide. This meant that the person chasing after Xiang was extremely powerful. There were not many people like that in the entire spiritualized universe, and they would be able to guess that it was Zhang Ming. In the face of his pressure, Zhang Ming still hid Xiang in the door of arts. Either he thought that it was impossible for him to know about this, or Xiang was worth the risk. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew what had happened to Xiang and the Heaven's Hand. After the battle at Fujian, there was no one in the spiritualized universe who could stop Lu Yin except for Yu Xianxia. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that the spiritualized universe would accept Xiang under such circumstances. Xiang might have some value that Zhang Ming had to protect. Lu Yin could only think of the key to the door of arts. Since Xiang could hide in the door of arts, Lu Yin was 90% sure that he had obtained the key. This was the Garden of Ruins, a place where a bunch of old fellows were waiting to die. Some of them might have already died, but no one knew. Zhang Ming was still very cautious. He had asked Xiang to pretend to be a dead old fellow in the Garden of Ruins. If Lu Yin had not coincidentally merged with the consciousness lifeform's body, he would not have known at all. The Garden of Ruins was equivalent to a cemetery. There were many graves here that were separated from each other. However, to cultivators, especially powerhouses, this distance was equivalent to nothing. The consciousness lifeform could see the graves in the distance. They were not barren, and there were even traces of worship in front of some of the graves. One could worship in the Garden of Ruins? There were clearly some old fellows who were still alive. Old Jia, are you dead or not? Give me a reply. Playing dead is useless against me. You promised to give me your legacy cultivation technique. For you, I ran around until I broke my legs and searched for more than half of the spiritualized universe. Although I didn't manage to find your descendant to worship you, even if I didn't make any contributions, I should at least have worked hard. Even if you want to die, you should give me your legacy technique before you die. Why bother? Why bother? You don't have any descendants, so what's the point of bringing the technique to your grave? You're not going to reply? Fine, just you wait. I'll talk to you every day. Also, I'll ask someone to look for your descendants. I don't believe that I can't find them. Just you wait. Zhou Xian did not know whether the old fellows in the Garden of Ruins were dead or alive. Everyone thought that he would know. In fact, Zhang Ming would personally take those old fellows away before they died and record their final wishes. This was a form of respect for these people. They had died to create the sequence foundation, which was equivalent to dying to spiritualize the universe. This was a great contribution. Only Zhang Ming knew whether they were dead or alive. Xianxian talked a lot in front of Xiang's grave. Inside the grave, Xiang sat calmly without being disturbed. Only here did he feel at ease. Even if Lu Xianxia came looking for him with the Gate of Arts, he could still leave and not be found immediately. No matter how powerful Lu Xianxia was, he could not instantly break through the door of techniques and arrive here. This was the Garden of Ruins, the Door of Techniques territory. Hey you guys, aren't you done yet? Time's up. Zhou Xian suddenly shouted and looked in a direction. There, in front of a few graves, 5 people were kneeling and talking. There were 4 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were very old and their white eyebrows were almost touching the ground. Hearing Zhou Xian's urging, they quickly bowed. Please wait a moment. Perhaps the great ancestor has not heard us. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. Don't trouble yourself. Your 3rd great ancestor is long dead. Let me think, it should be 10 years ago. At that time we made a final bet on how long Wu Jiang could last before he was killed. At that time Wu Jiang had just arrived in the spiritualized universe and kept breaking the rules. I was assigned by the family head to keep an eye on Lu Sangtian. That old fellow lost. I came back this time to ask him for the bet, but the old fellow did not respond. He should be dead. That's impossible. The great ancestor's time is not up yet. Among the 4 men, the one who was obviously the youngest shouted. Zhou Xian shook his head. Death is like an extinguished lamp. It's not that he will die when his time is up. Which old fellow here doesn't have old injuries? The older he is, the more his body can't take it. It's normal for him to die. Kid, who are you cursing? A roar came from afar. Zhou Xian looked into the distance. Old fellow, I think it's about time for you. Hurry up and settle the bet. Are you going to go back on your words? Cough, 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 cough. Hey, stop playing dead. Settle the bet. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing sounds came from all around. It was extremely eerie in the Garden of Ruins. The faces of the worshippers turned pale. Xianxia shouted, Are you all pretending to be dead? Which one of you old fellows doesn't owe me anything? Have some dignity, have some morals, quickly return it to me. Cough, 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 cough. The Garden of Ruins became strangely lively. The few worshippers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At this moment, the grave in front of them suddenly split open and pulled the man closest to it in. In just a few seconds, the man was pushed out again. Zhou Xian was so focused on shouting that he did not notice it at all. The other worshippers looked at the man with excited eyes. The man nodded vigorously and was rather excited. The worshippers relaxed, and the 2 old men whose eyebrows were almost touching the ground shouted to Zhou Xian, Since that's the case, let's go. We won't disturb the rest of the seniors. Old fellow, what are you saying? Who's resting? I think you should hurry up and bury the grave. You can still get a good position. Why are you leaving? That's right. You're even older than the grandfather of the guy next to me. Bastard, do you think I can't hear you? I'm not dead yet. Sorry, I thought you died long ago. I still have to fight for Lord Yu Sangtian in the consciousness universe for billions of years. I'm just resting here for a while. I'm different from you all. Screw you. Free. Who's scolding me again? Don't think I can't tell. Zhou Xian covered his ears and quickly led the group away. These old fellows had been quarreling for days, and it was as if they wanted to prove who could live longer. At the same time, he had already returned his consciousness and was deep in thought. How could he find Yishang? It wouldn't be easy. The Door of Techniques was one of the 7 great powers, and it was considered the place with the greatest foundation for spirit-molting cultivators. Although those old fellows who were waiting to die did not belong to the Door of Techniques and would not listen to Zhang Ming's orders, if an outsider attacked the Door of Techniques, those old fellows would not sit idly by. After all, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the Sequence Foundation, and they would not allow anyone to destroy the Door of Techniques, the place that created the Foundation. Furthermore, Zhang Ming had so many old fellows under his command, and he had plenty of ways to get them to help him, whether it was a trade or something else. Even a lowly gravedigger like Zhou Xian could make deals with those old fellows. Although the Door of Techniques did not seem to compete for anything, its influence was far beyond what others could imagine. Which family did not have an ancestor who would go to the Door of Techniques? Once they did, they would be suppressed by the Door of Techniques. This was also why Lu Yin had never dared to touch the Door of Techniques. He had touched the myriad beasts border, which had attracted many spirit-molting cultivators. The Door of Techniques was even more so, as it was the foundation of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not have the confidence to charge into the Door of Techniques and capture Yishang. Ignoring Yishang's strength, the Door of Techniques would not allow him to enter freely. Even if he attacked, Yishang would have time to react. Chapter 36-34. The door of techniques itself was not weak. Zhang Ming's ability alone could not represent the entire door of techniques. Rumor had it that the number 1 sequence foundation was in the door of techniques. Using force would not work, but he had to find Yi Shang and the 3rd key. The 9th spirit might not be able to keep an eye on Meng Sangtian for much longer. Not long after, Lu Yin found Old Tao. I want to enter the door of techniques without being discovered. Old Tao was taken aback. The door of techniques. Boss, did they offend you? No, I just want to go in, Lu Yin said. Old Tao's head hurt. The door of techniques is not easy to enter. I don't want to expose my identity, but even Sangtian would find it difficult to not be exposed. There is a spirit treasure array that identifies one's identity. It is said that the Zhan family's own spirit treasure master set it up and strengthened generation after generation. The door of techniques is so huge. Is the Garden of Ruins also covered by such a spirit treasure array? Lu Yin asked. The price was a little high. Old Tao was shocked. Boss wants to go to the Garden of Ruins? Lu Yin nodded. Old Tao heaved a sigh of relief. Then it won't be that difficult. The most difficult place to enter in the Gate of Arts is the place where the sequence foundation is made. Once the Zhan family offended Sovereign Wu Huang, and even Sovereign Wu Huang couldn't get in immediately. He was stopped by the Zhan family's sequence foundation. Next is where the Zhan family is, and the ruined garden is the least protected place. Lu Yin said, I don't want to be discovered by those old guys immediately. If I want to capture someone, I need time to set up a trap. Old Tao was curious. Who can make the boss spend so much effort? With Lu Yin's current ability, even an expert at Sangtian's level might not be able to escape from him. There was no need to set up any traps. Was there such a terrifying expert in the Garden of Ruins? Lu Yin did not answer. Old Tao thought for a moment. Worship. Lu Yin's brows rose as he recalled the scene he had just seen. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and said respectfully, only worship will have time. But the Garden of Ruins is huge. How big is the trap you want to set up? There will be an old guy there every so often. It is hard to guarantee that you will not be discovered. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You know how to be cautious, right? The gravedigger of the Garden of Ruin is actually Zhang Ming's son. Zhang Ming had been hiding this information all this time because he didn't want Zhang Qianguho to attract too much attention and be too dangerous. Even Zhang Qianguho himself didn't know about this. Lu Yin was surprised. He's Zhang Ming's son. Old Tao nodded. Lu Yin finally understood why Zhang Qianxian was able to sweep tombs. One had to know that the gravediggers were the closest to those old fellows. From time to time they could get something from those old fellows. This Zhang Qianguho was young, but his strength was extraordinary. Otherwise he wouldn't have been qualified to represent the Zhang clan to keep an eye on him. One had to know that those who could keep an eye on him back then were all experts. Even if there were juniors, there would be experts following behind them. Only Zhang Qianguho was alone. For the sake of his son, Zhang Ming did a good job of hiding it. If Zhang Qian and Guho did not know, then Zhang Yan definitely did not know either. That's right, Zhang Yan left the spiritualized universe long before Zhang Qian and Guho were born. Find the people that Zhang Qian and Guho sent out. They should be looking for the descendants of some old fellow. My identity is that old fellow's descendant, Lu Yin ordered. Old Tao quickly contacted Skyhand. In terms of intelligence, Skyhand was the fastest. Even though Skyhand had a great enmity with Lu Yin had beaten them too ruthlessly. Skyhand did not dare to disobey any of Wu Zhang's orders and had to keep it a secret. If you wanted someone to listen to you, you either had to give them enough benefits or use your fists. It was that simple. Skyhand was very fast, and in less than half a month Lu Yin received news. You found them. Lu Yin was surprised. Old Tao replied, yes. Zhang Qian and Guho did indeed send people to search for some people in the spiritualized universe. When Skyhand found Zhang Qian and Guho's people, Zhang Qian and Guho's people also found the people they were looking for. They found them almost at the same time, but I've already asked Skyhand to create an accident and take those people away. Zhang Qian and Guho's people do not know that they're chasing after them. Lu Yin nodded. All right, then let's meet up with those people. A small battleship flew into the distance. There were many such battleships in the spiritualized universe, and they were equivalent to spaceships in the Tianyuan universe. The battleship region received the most orders over the years for these small battleships. They did not have the ability to cross universes, but they could fly steadily in the spiritualized universe. The battleship had several levels, and at this moment many people were cleaning the floor. The bloodstains were washed away, and it was obvious that a great battle had just taken place. Interstellar bandits were not unfamiliar terms. As long as someone traveled through the universe, such people would be born. They specialized in robbing battleships, and each battleship could carry many people. Once they succeeded, they would not need to do it for a very long time. This battleship was very small, and it was obvious that it was used to carry rogue cultivators or even ordinary people. It traveled through the 36 filaments, and such a battleship was most suitable for bandits to rob. It had just experienced a great battle. Flames rose from the second deck of the battleship. These flames were harmless to the battleship, and they were just ordinary flames. The flames flickered and they reflected on the people around them. They had just experienced a great battle, and they were the most powerful people on the battleship. They could be considered to have protected the entire battleship, so they could enjoy the second deck alone. A total of 5 people sat around the flames, and in the middle was an old man. He was smoking a pipe and coughing from time to time. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Beside the old man were 2 young men. One of them was muscular and had a smile on his face, and he looked very honest. The other was expressionless and was wiping a blade. Opposite them were a man and a woman. The woman looked ordinary and had dark skin. She lowered her head and was fiddling with something. The young man beside her sat calmly and looked at the flames in a daze. "It's done. Here." The woman passed a medicine jar to the young man beside her. It was filled with medicine that had been ground into a paste. The young man took it and looked at the woman in confusion. Opposite them, the old man patted the pipe and said, "Don't underestimate it. It's a kind of spiritual medicine that we accidentally picked. We tested it many times, and this method is most suitable for external injuries. Since there aren't many spiritual medicines, there's no need for us to make it look good, right?" The young man nodded and silently applied the paste to his wound. The woman pursed her lips. "Why don't I help you apply it?" The young man who was wiping the blade raised his eyes and looked at them. "No need, I can do it," the young man said as he applied the ointment on his own. The old man smiled. "Little brother, speaking of which, you've already saved us twice. It's not easy for us to meet by chance." The young man's voice was calm. "I didn't save you. I just saved myself." The old man shook his head and looked at the young man. "What's your name?" The young man was stunned and said indifferently, "No." The old man said, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Wandering the universe, everyone has a past that they don't want others to know. We're all the same. In fact, we don't have names. The girl next to you is called Aju, this one is called Asan, and the one wiping the blade is called Awu. Awu, stop wiping the blade. It's reflecting the light." Awu put away the blade. The young man returned the medicine jar to Aju. "You sound like a family." Aju was curious. "Where's your family?" "They're gone." The others were puzzled. The young man lay down, completely defenseless even though they had not known each other for long. "They're all dead. Not a single one is left." Aju said apologetically, "I'm sorry." The old man looked at the young man lying down. "Don't you have any relatives?" The young man closed his eyes and did not answer. The battleship continued to sail. Another 2 days passed. On this day, the battleship sounded the alarm. Everyone was shocked. Why are they here again? In the past it was at most twice. Now it's already the 3rd time. What's going on? Let's see if we can escape. It's over. We can't escape. 2 battleships have surrounded us. It's over. On the 2nd floor, the few of them looked ahead. Awu took out his blade, Aju gritted her teeth, and Asan punched his fists without any fear. The old man sighed. "It seems that this route is not safe anymore. We're unlucky to have sacrificed this route. Master Fi, what should we do? We can only fight. Life and death are up to fate. Where's that kid?" The few of them looked ahead in a daze. The young man had already rushed out, charging towards the battleship in front of him without any regard for his life. "He's asking for death," Asan muttered. Aju was anxious. "Master Fi, save him." The old man shook his head. "He's a person with a bitter life. He's not even afraid of death, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Forget it, I'll make a move once in a while. This route can't sacrifice me." After saying that, he walked out of the starry sky. Soon the two battleships were destroyed in the starry sky. On the second deck, the few of them looked at the young man. Do you want to die? If Master Fa didn't save you, you would have died. A Jew sympathized. Do you have no motivation to live? The young man was cold. It has nothing to do with you. The old man squatted down and looked at the young man. Young man, it's easy to die, but it's difficult to live. Do you want to die? The young man and the old man looked at each other indifferently. It doesn't matter. Then how about you give your life to us? The old man smiled. A Jew and the others looked at each other and looked at the young man. The young man was puzzled. The old man said, "From today onwards we are a family. If you follow us, we might die together one day. Our luck isn't too good. You don't have a name, right? I'll give you one. 17. 17? The young man pondered. The old man smiled and said, "You're ranked 17th in the family, so you're called 17. You don't have a name and none of us have a name. This is a family hut." A Jew looked at the young man expectantly. 17, that's a nice name. The young man raised his head and looked at a Jew. Then he looked at the other two and retracted his gaze. Okay. In order to celebrate the addition of 17, let's get drunk tonight. Master Fa, you can't drink. Big sister told us before we left. Just a little. Look, even 17 has joined. No, not at all. Is 17 so embarrassed? Don't talk about 17. The battleship continued to sail. In the distance it was the 100 Herbs region. Everyone was looking at the 100 Herbs region as if there was something there that attracted everyone.